Good morning. I am Matt Fruman, Ward 3 Council Member and Chairperson of the Committee on Human Services. Today is February 5th, 2026. We are meeting in person in room 123 of the John A. Wilson Building and virtually via Zoom. The time is now 9:38 a.m. Today, we are conducting a performance oversight hearing on the Office of Cable Television, Film, Music, and Entertainment, or OCTFME. OCTFME's mandate is broad, and its work enriches the cultural and public life of the district in a variety of ways. OCTFME produces and broadcasts programming, including this hearing, on the district's public educational and government access cable channels and public radio station. The agency also regulates cable television in the district. It negotiates the district's cable franchises, oversees cable providers, and clears obstructive cable wires near homes and alleyways. Additionally, OCTFME provides permitting, location scouting, and production support to media productions. The agency administers the Film, Television, and Entertainment Rebate Fund to attract industry-leading productions and showcase the district to millions of viewers across the country and globally. OCTFME also supports the district's creative workforce. The Creative Economy Career Access Program, CCAP, helps residents pursue sustainable careers in the creative economy by providing structured, on-the-job training. The Creative Affairs Office is an institutional effort to support and promote DC's thriving creative culture and economy, showcasing the work of district artists, writers, musicians, and filmmakers. Two notable creative affairs programs are the GOGO Support Fund and 202 Creates. The GOGO Support Fund provides financial support to individuals and organizations to support, honor, and advance the official music of the District of Columbia. 202 Creates offers a residency program that brings entrepreneurs, that helps entrepreneurs start and scale their work, provides opportunities for district artists to work collaboratively, and hosts an annual award celebration recognizing achievements in the arts. I'm looking forward to exploring OCTFME's impact today and how district dollars are supporting economic growth and expanding our creative economy. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge the hard work of OCTFME's team in bringing the council into residents' living rooms. OCTFME staff work diligently to broadcast council hearings, briefings, and other meetings and events on the district council channel. They are too often unsung heroes when it comes to open and accessible government. I'd like to offer a note on logistics. In order to ensure that we hear from all members of the public, I ask all witnesses to stick to their allotted time. Advisory neighborhood commissioners and representatives of organizations will have 5 minutes. Other public witnesses will have 3 minutes. We will start by hearing from one virtual witness who's currently abroad and joining us from Italy. Oh, I wonder why they're in Italy. We'll ask. Then we will move to the public witnesses who are participating in person. After hearing from our in-person witnesses, we will turn back to our virtual witnesses. When I call your name, please come to the table at the front and sit in the order you were called from your right to your left. Do not forget to press the button on the microphone before speaking. The red light indicates the mic is on. After we hear from you, I and other council members may ask a round of questions before calling the next panel. Now let's turn to our first virtual witness, Dr. Masood Ahmadi. Dr. Ahmadi.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Welcome, Dr. Ahmadi.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify, sir. As you indicated, my name is Masood Ahmadi, and I'm the Chief Economist for the Strategic Impact Advisors, or the SIA. It's a women-owned small business enterprise based in Montgomery County, Maryland. The company was founded back in 2014. SIA has provided economic and fiscal for development projects at the local, regional, and global levels. I specialize in fiscal and economic impact analysis for more than 30 years. I have been with the state of Maryland. Through our firm, I have worked with private sector clients as well as state and local governments to help evaluate the economic and fiscal implications of public policies and investment decisions. Since 2016, we have conducted the annual economic impact analysis of film and video production activity in the district for the Office of Cable Television, Film, Music, and Entertainment. These activities, as you know, are supported by the DC Film, Television, and Entertainment Rebate Fund. Our analysis is based on an economic impact model that I developed specifically for the district to reflect its unique economic structure and fiscal policies. The model measures not only the direct spending associated with film production, but also the broader ripple effects as that spending circulates through the district's local economy. This same modeling framework has been used to inform other major district initiatives, including the district's 5-year economic development strategy and the 2017 creative sector development strategy produced by the Office of Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. This model, which we call it EIM or Economic Impact Model, captures 3 types of impacts. The direct impact basically occurs when productions spend money in the district on lodging, equipment, and other production-related goods and services. Indirect impacts occur when district businesses that serve these productions purchase goods and services from their own suppliers and to restock their inventories. Induced impacts, finally, occur when workers spend their post-tax earnings within the district's economy on goods and services. Therefore, film and video production activity supports a wide range of local businesses in the district, including professional services, restaurants, finance, insurance, real estate, transportation, communications, equipment rental and leasing, data and information services, wholesale and retail trade, and government services. Between 2016 and 2024, total program-related project expenditures associated with the Film Rebate Fund was approximately $141 million. Of this amount, about $48 million, or roughly 34%, was spent within the district. This direct spending alone created a return on investment for the district of $3.28 for every dollar of the rebate funds that was issued. When the additional indirect and induced impacts are calculated and included in the total economic activity generated by the program rises to approximately $72 million. This returns an ROI of $4.91 for every dollar of the rebate funds that was issued. Now, total direct, indirect, and induced program qualifying expenditures, now we are including non-resident cast and crew compensation, which occurs outside the district, so these are regional expenditures, was $213.1 million. And this results in a significant return on investment for the region of $14.54 for every dollar of rebate funds that was issued. The DC Film, Television, and Entertainment Rebate Fund, based on our analysis, has consistently generated strong economic returns for the district and demonstrates that targeted incentives for the creative sector can produce measurable fiscal and economic benefits that exceed well beyond the initial public investment. I will stop and see if you have any questions.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Ahmadi. I actually do have questions, and I mean, do we have your written testimony? Oh, okay. So I've been puzzling over the the direct and the three categories of
Yes.
benefits. And so I guess I'd like you to walk me through just a little bit slower. But is part of the premise that maybe there's a production that is $10 million that they're going to spend in the district, and we, with the rebate fund, uh, provide $1 million, and then do we count as the benefit the full 10 million that's being spent, or just the 1 million that is spent, because we're leveraging our dollars to result in much bigger investment? How does that figure into your calculation?
Yes. So precisely as you mentioned, the $1 million worth of incentives generates $10 million, so to speak, of direct local spending within the district. Now, that is the money spent by the production companies on hiring local staff, on buying, creating, let's say, sets and shooting on site expenditures, spending the nights at the hotel, spending money at the restaurants and so-called. And all of that generates that initial $10 million of spending in the district. Now, what happens is that the initial 10 million generates additional rounds of expenditures within the district. For instance, when you spend when the crew spends 3 nights, let's say, at a hotel in a district, the hotel company will have to spend money on utilities and let's say on dry cleaning and pay their own staff in order to be able to supply the services to the film production company. Those are called indirect impacts. And that extends to all different types of companies that are recipients of the initial $10 million. And so those are the secondary economic benefits or the indirect impacts. In other words, all other companies that sell directly to the film production company, they will have to restock their products and services, and buy their own input purchases in order to be able to provide the service to the film production company. So those are called indirect impacts. And then the induced impacts results from basically employees of the film production company and the employees of the supplying or supporting industries in the district when they go ahead and spend their money on consumption items. They buy food for their households. They buy retail they buy retail items and so on. Those are called induced impacts. And so the total economic impact is well beyond that initial 10 million. And so the multiplier factor is what we call is a lot more than one. So it includes induced and indirect impacts, or the so-called ripple effects.
So, I mean, it puts me in the mind of when learning about the New Deal when I was in school and priming the pump, that the idea is these dollars go in, they're spent once, but then they're spent again by the business, they're spent again by the employee, and that's how you calculate the total economic impact. In terms of when does your analysis give the credit? So use my example of it's a $1 million rebate and a $10 million project, and there's all of those ripple effects associated with the $10 million. And do you attribute 100% of those secondary impacts to the $1 million, or do you attribute 10% of those secondary impacts to the $1 million?
In other words, it is a but-for question. The issue is if what would have happened in the absence of that initial $1 million of incentives. if we didn't provide, this is a $1 million question for all economic development projects. If it's a but for question, if we didn't have that initial 1 million, will these companies appear in the district to to shoot on site? And so that's the question. Now we do assume that in the absence of that initial 1 million, these companies would have shot their film in another location because we are looking at a very competitive environment. DC competes directly, as you know, with not necessarily with our neighboring states, but even with Georgia, Florida, North Carolina. These are other major film production sort of states. And so our incentive program is what we believe brings the companies in and generates this economic impact.
Okay. So, I mean, the reason I was asking was I wondered whether or not the economic impact is understated because there is a different first question of whether or not the folks would have come. But the assumption that you build into your analysis is that for the $1 million rebate, they wouldn't appear at all. And so all of the benefit from all of the spending is attributable to the $1 million benefit. I'm not questioning that analysis. I just
Precisely.
am trying to make sure that I fully understand it.
Yes, of course.
Okay. So, and this is a question I don't know that's ever been posed to you, but we have a separate issue about permitting fees that are out there. And on the one hand, we do the rebate, which helps attract companies, but we're thinking about revising our permits fee schedule in order to be closer to equal footing with other jurisdictions. Have you done any analysis of the potential adverse economic impact of an increase in our fee structure?
No, I have not been approached to do that, but I will be happy to look at it if I'm asked to do so.
Have you looked at it for any other settings at, what happens when fees increase? And it would be unique to different settings. Like if a fee schedule was already high, it might have a significant negative impact. If a fee schedule was very low and it still remained competitive, it might have a very minor one. But have you ever looked at questions like that in other settings and seen
Um,
lessons?
No, I have not, but do have a comment on that. And the issue is, as you brought this up, we have to look at the fee schedule and compare it with the fee schedule that already exists in other jurisdictions, and also compare the incentive funds that the DC is providing compared with other jurisdictions. So they work hand in hand. If, for instance, our incentive fund exceeds the what is being produced in other states, then my hunch is if the fee, if it's not substantial, would not have a significant impact. But we can explore that issue. I have not looked at that issue, no, sir.
Okay. Well, listen, thank you very much for taking the time to testify from Italy. Are you by any chance there for the Olympics?
No, actually, I have a second home here.
Well, that sounds lovely. All right. Well, I will let you get back to it. You must be brokenhearted that you've missed the storm here.
I I don't, but I feel bad for everybody else there. My family lives in that area, so I hope you guys are still are keeping warm.
Yeah, we're warm. We're just not moving around that quick. Okay. Thank you very much for your
My
testimony.
pleasure.
Okay. And we will now move to our in-person public witnesses. Kyle David Crosby, Jonathan Zurer, Terrence Cooper, Tony Fisher. Is Tony Fisher? Oh, All right. Well, welcome everyone. We will start with Mr. Crosby.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate the time today. My name is Kyle Crosby. I have been a resident of the district for the last 15 years. I've lived in the region my entire life, and I'm a working film and television producer who loves working at home, but has worked all over the country and the world and can speak directly to how projects and productions spend money and incentivize local economies. But specifically today, I wanted to actually heap some praise on the Film Office for their support of the projects I've done over the years, as well as one that I've currently launched. And that's an educational film program to train DC residents to work in the entertainment industry at the high school level and post-secondary level. And this idea sprung out of a film called DC Noir that we produced here about 6-7 years ago, shot entirely in the district. Film Office supported us. We were benefits of the rebate, and we had 60 Howard University students a part of that production, both in front of and behind the camera. And being able to support aspiring filmmakers in that way at that age, that's where filmmaking starts. That's, for me, I started at a young age. Jonathan's a friend. I'm sure it started at a young age for him too. Most filmmakers I talk to, you catch the bug early. So out of that, on DC Noir and the Film Office's support for that program, I developed a pilot program that I launched this year at Washington Latin Public Charter High School. The Film Office has offered some nominal support with hopes of doing more. And the goal is to train DC residents in problem solving and storytelling, which are the two key ingredients every filmmaker must have. And these students will develop this skill set and be able to enter the entertainment industry, whether here in the district or taking their skills elsewhere, as lots of filmmakers have done and are doing. But the goal is to help build and reinforce the crew base, the individuals needed to work on a production. And the only way to do that is to start at that level. And the goal for the program is not to just be at Latin. That's just the first school. The goal is to expand it to be able to support every DC public high school, to be able to support students that want to be a part of the program. So I have a longer projection for it, but we're starting it there. Got some great students. I've heard from students at Howard that were a part of DC Noir, and I just want to say thank you to the Film Office for their support. And the incentive program does have a huge part to play in why I even had this idea of wanting to do this here. And with the last 18 seconds, I'll just say, incentives are a huge motivator for studios and producers such as myself to come spend money here in the district. And the more competitive it is, the more resources that are there, the more likely you'll see more and more productions coming here.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Zurer, I hope I'm pronouncing it close.
You have.
Right?
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Jonathan Zur. I'm a native Washingtonian and a Ward 6 resident. For the last 25 years, I've worked as a producer in the film and television industry, mostly here in the district. Much of my work has been through the local production company Think Film Incorporated. Back in the late 90s and early 2000s, I produced the DC scenes for The West Wing, and more recently worked on the Netflix film A House of Dynamite. In between, I've traveled the world producing movies and television shows from Cambodia and Morocco to San Francisco and Philadelphia. And over the years, I've worked very closely with the DC Film Office in its various incarnations under various administrations, and most recently under the leadership of Director Foster. I rely on them for filming permits and for running the DC Film Rebate Program. And for better or for worse, as Kyle mentioned, it is film incentives, whether a rebate or a tax credit, that drive studios to decide where to film. Many, many shows are set here in the district, but none of them are actually filmed here. They film in Vancouver, Toronto, Pittsburgh, Baltimore, and recently even Budapest for the Netflix series Death by Lightning. Then they may come to DC to film for a day or 2 or 3 to shoot iconic exterior shots of the mall, the Capitol, the White House, the memorials and monuments, etc. And not since I produced K Street for HBO in 2003 has an entire Hollywood production, unlike a homegrown production like Kyle's, been filmed solely in the District of Columbia. There are many reasons productions don't film here for extended periods, but the film rebate program is a significant one. Unlike most incentive programs, DC's rebate has limited dedicated funding, an opaque award process, and no clear long-term commitment. The Film Office staff are not the issue. LaToya, Herb, and their team work closely with productions, but the way the law is written and the rebates are awarded creates challenges. Updating this program would help attract more productions, encourage longer shoots, and generate more jobs and revenue for the district. I'm told the current rebate fund is approximately $1.5 million. A typical 3-day production that I work on in the district can spend over $3 million, qualifying for $500,000 to $750,000 in rebates, meaning that just a few projects can exhaust the entire fund. I was recently contacted about a series set in Georgetown that's planning to film most of their show in Canada or the UK. It's projected as a 5-season show, and they'd like to explore filming 3 to 4 weeks per season in DC with an annual local spend of $12 to $15 million. The project could qualify for roughly $2.5 million in rebates per year, well beyond the total available fund. As a result, productions like this look elsewhere, where incentives offer dedicated, multi-year funding at levels that can support large, long-term projects. Beyond the limited funding, the wording of the DC rebate law itself is a major obstacle. While it includes standard categories of qualified expenditures, each with a varying rebate percentage, the law states that productions are eligible for up to those percentages. That language provides no guarantee. The final award is determined case by case. Studios need certainty. This law creates the opposite. We've seen multiple productions apply expecting a reward based on their qualified spend, only to receive award letters that were significantly lower than anticipated. These letters often arrive just before or even after filming, leaving productions without clarity when budgets are being finalized. And every other incentive, both in the US and internationally, provides predictable upfront incentives. Here, the DC up to uncertainty has led at least one studio I worked with to abandon the rebate program entirely because the awarded amount just wasn't worth the effort. The unpredictability discourages long-term investment as a key reason shows set in DC are filmed elsewhere. Director Foster and Associate Director Niles did propose a creative one-off solution to entice this production, and I applaud their efforts, but I'd rather see the rebate program improved. If the studios understood that the city was committed to supporting bringing their business here, we could reverse the negative perception about working in DC and make that DC film rebate program competitive. These shows want to spend money in the district, as you heard from the first gentleman. They want to hire DC residents, stay at our hotels, eat at our restaurants, and pay location fees to DC businesses and homeowners. With a small adjustment to how the rebate is set up and administered, we could make that happen.
Thank you very much. Terrence Cooper.
Good morning, Mr. Fruman.
Nice
And
to
thank
see
you for having us here today to testify. My name is Terrence Cooper. I'm the president of the United Go-Go Association, and our mission is to preserve, protect, and continue to grow our go-go culture in the district and around the world. According to the Go-Go People's Plan, go-go should be ran by go-go people, and I've been a part in a leadership role for over 35 years. And right now, I represent a membership of 1,573 people, and I stand for over 20,000 people here in the district. I'm a true Washingtonian. Went to Emory Elementary, Langley Junior High, McKinley Tech, and I've been here forever. And that's been a part of my culture. I stand here as a partner to be a liaison between legislators and our go-go community. I was the manager of the Backyard Band, one of the most influential bands to date, from 1988 to 2013. And through those years, also as a member of CVS, I provided jobs for hundreds of go-go artists because I was in go-go. So anybody wanted a job, they came to me. They called me Pops, they called me Coop, and I was their voice. I was their opportunity, to help. I provided jobs. As a leader, I felt that was my duty to help any way I could. I stand for fair treatment and equal opportunities for all go-go artists. We want more transparency about funding and job opportunities. I feel that there's a disconnect with legislators and the go-go community somewhat, but we've met with the Office of Cable and Television and discussed partnering with them and having a seat at the table when plans for our community is being discussed. We want to be that liaison to connect, preserve, protect, and grow our community. This is for the ones that's been here for decades, and this is to help build the new generation, building a firm and solid infrastructure that will last another 100 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony Fisher.
Good morning. My name is Tony Fisher. I'm known as Big Tony Fisher for the band of Trouble Funk. We've been doing this go-go music for this year, 50 years. Yeah, we'll be celebrating our 50th anniversary reunion this year. I met Chuck Brown, which is the godfather of go-go. I met him when I was 17 years old. I was back in 1977. I'm 65 now. So that being said, my first go-go introduction was at the Club LeBaron. You probably don't know anything about that. But my point is, when I first was introduced to go-go, it was by Chuck Brown, the Soul Searchers. And I knew that's something that I wanted to do. And all my life, this is what I've done. For the past 50 years, this is all I know, go-go music. I've traveled the world. I have 3 gold records, 2 platinums, and you know, and we're still doing it at a high level after 50 years. So my point is, the money that's being allocated to go-go, me being one of the forefathers, I can honestly say I have not seen a dime of where that money has went to any of us in terms of trying to better the go-go movement the right way. There's a go-go museum, and that's a great thing. I mean, the go-go museum is a beautiful thing, but I don't see anything personally where there's true go-go history. And that's my main concern, is to preserve true go-go history. We want to do a documentary, and I think the monies that's being allocated to go-go should go towards stuff like that there, to preserve this history, the true history. And in closing, I just want to say, you know, I'm just hoping that, piggybacking off Mr. Coop here, that we can bridge this gap, you know, and just do the right thing by this go-go movement, which is the official music of Washington, D.C. You know, before I leave this earth, I would love to see that.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. I was searching while you were, I was listening, but I was searching while you were talking, because I think you all played at the 75th anniversary of Wilson High School, I believe.
Yes.
And Paige Kennedy, I don't know, you know Paige?
Yes.
I think and do you know her husband, Mark? Her husband, we'll talk about it after.
Okay.
Anyways, let's go back through but I mean, you guys were great. You graded many events, but you were great at that one. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Crosby, really interested in the education project. Sounds like you want to scale.
Yes.
Help me understand, is this a in-school project during the school day for which the kids get credit for a class, or is this an after-school program that you're working with kids?
It is. It's an elective in this second semester at Latin.
It's an elective, so
And they do get credit. It's
class.
yep, 4 days a week. That's currently how the program is rolling out.
Okay, and then it's funded by the OCTFME.
There's a small nominal fee that they were able to provide. But at the moment, I'm being transparent, still figuring out how I'm going to
Gonna
fund the
pay.
program with the budget that I had shared with them.
All right, and how many kids?
At the moment, I have 10.
Is this on the campus over?
Cooper campus, in the old Kirov Ballet building that they acquired, and their new campus.
Oh, is that
Yeah,
right? Is that
yeah.
right? And what you're training folks in, is it writing or production, video? What is it that you're training?
So the short answer is yes. Look, at the heart of every film is the script. And at the heart of filmmaking in general, regardless of what lane you're in, it's the ability to tell stories and to solve problems when you're trying to bring those stories to life. So for this program geared towards these 9th graders, it's to introduce them to this world and to show them how to take an idea that they come up with, develop it into a short script, and then shoot the film, with a focus being on the process I've got some talented students, more talented than I expected. And I say that with the utmost respect, but I just wasn't sure what I was going to walk into with ninth graders. I also teach at the university level, and I'd worked with those Howard students. So I know what to expect from post-secondary. But all that said, the goal is to teach them how to take an abstract concept and bring it to life and put it on the screen. It's that simple. I call it from the napkin to the screen, or from the script to the screen. And what you develop when you do that, the idea of how to problem solve and storytell, those traits, those abilities, they're applicable beyond entertainment. So yes, I would love to see all of them be successful in the film and television industry, but I firmly believe that they could build on that and take it anywhere, because you need those skills in anything you choose to do.
I hear you. I mean, I do think, don't tell anybody, but we kind of got to trick our kids and teach them when they don't even know they're being taught.
Well,
And
the art of producing is convincing someone else that your idea was theirs, but that's also parenting.
So, you know, the more things that we can be doing that float the boat for the kids, so that they're learning when they're not thinking this is porridge, but they're thinking this is ice cream.
Exactly.
That's part of the secret sauce. So I applaud you for what you're doing. Just talk about like some of the big picture things, because you
Sure.
talk about attracting more productions
Yeah,
here. And
absolutely.
Mr. Zohr, you talk about it a little bit more depth, and I'll get to you on that. But you heard the conversation about the rebate fund and the multiplier effect, and you would have heard me ask the question about the permit fees, which in candor, my sense is our permit fees are low,
They are.
and that we should increase them, not to make them exorbitant, but to make them comparable. How concerned would you be that if we increased our permit fees that we would lose productions?
Nobody likes to pay more fees. But that said, relatively speaking, and I won't speak for anybody else, but I'm sure we would agree, permit fees fluctuate depending on where you are, right? One of the most expensive places to film is California, but there's a reason for that. It's a ripple effect. They've shot there for decades and decades and decades. So they've gone way, way, way up. I don't feel that DC's fees are non-existent. They are manageable, but they're definitely less than other places. And I will say that's appealing for any production. At the end of the day, as long as there is logic behind them and the increase isn't, you know, like a Martin Shkreli level increase of something that doesn't need to be increased proportionally that large, I don't know how they would be. I don't know that you would lose productions unless you're talking about going from a few $100s to $15,000 for a permit, right? If you're making an increase like that, you're going to see pushback. But I think to what Jonathan said, it's more about when we get approached to do a budget or a schedule for a movie, regardless of where we do it, the one thing the studio wants to know is how much do we get back from the incentive? Is it 37% like in New Jersey? Or is it 40% like in Oklahoma? Or is it whatever the percentage is, right? They want to know that. So if it's stated that it's 30%, but you might only get 10, that will lose a production. Who cares about a permit fee? Not to be flippant. That is a bigger issue.
Okay, and I'll let Mr. Zohr talk about this too, but I mean, one of the things in his testimony was you might not find that out until you're already in production. So
Yeah.
you might not lose that production, but I guess the concern is that they don't come back and that we need our return visitors. Last question.
Sure.
One of the things that I talk with the agency about is what kinds of other infrastructure should we have in the district that would increase its attractiveness to production companies, sound studio? What are, if you had a blank piece of paper and not an unlimited, but a reasonable budget, what other things would you try to add on the landscape to make it a more attractive place to shoot productions?
That's a great question. And I didn't mention this, but I worked on Cross and I also worked on Reacher most recently. And if you want to attract a production like the Georgetown production, you need a stage. And there does happen to be a sound stage. There does happen to be one here in the city. And for the longest time, it was the largest one between New York and Atlanta. But a stage that could support a production like that needs that kind of scope and scale, that's on the one hand. On the other hand, and this isn't a light switch, it takes time, you have to grow it, but you need the human infrastructure. And personally, we can get into this another time, I think you need to embrace the DMV. If you want to grow the region, if you want to grow the film industry in the district, you want to make sure that the people that work in the district that live in Maryland and Virginia, that it's more likely the production will hire them over someone from New York or LA. And so if you were to approach it more holistically, and you weren't necessarily to lump them in with, well, if I can bring someone from California, why would I bring them from Maryland? Why would I bring them from Virginia? And if you, it just takes time to grow the people that live in the district that can perform the tasks. You've got to teach them how to do it. There's got to be productions that can employ them. They need, it all builds on itself. So I would say there's the stage infrastructure and equipment and rentals and vehicles, all those things that happen to be outside the district but work in the district. But then there's the human infrastructure as well. And that does take longer, but it can be done.
Okay, on the interesting, and on the stage, you said there was a time, you're talking about the BET.
Mhm.
sound
I've
check,
shot there. I used it on Cross.
And that it was the biggest between here and between Atlanta and New York.
Yeah.
What's the closest significant soundstage to the district now?
Significance, a great word. And I may lean on my friend, Mr. Zura here to help me answer that. But I mean, if you want to call the spaces that were in Jessup, Maryland, where they shot House of Cards and Beat, but I don't think those are still functioning in that way anymore. The BET soundstage was a proper industry soundstage. It still is. Like the right ceiling height, the right size and dimensions, all the infrastructure that you needed to stage. I don't know that there is one closer than, say, New Jersey, New York. I mean, I suppose Philadelphia, but I don't know if Philadelphia, they're staging in Philly.
Yeah, so I mean, my hidden agenda to that was it's linked to your call for regional. And if there were a significant stage
Oh, yeah.
in Baltimore, that would be more of a challenge to get regional collaboration to try to light up the BET soundstage. But if there's not, if this is,
Well,
that helps.
I believe competition helps, right? If there's only one, then sure. If someone builds one in Baltimore and you don't build one in Virginia and DC, then there isn't anything to compete with. And sure, you'll lose business there. But all that said, all of these people work interchangeably in the region. Whether you live in Maryland or Virginia or DC, you take the work that's available to you.
No, I hear you on that. My sister-in-law's brother does audio, and he's in Baltimore.
Okay.
And he comes back and forth and stays with us when he's got a project, so
Exactly.
I get it that it's regional. All right, thank you very
You're welcome.
much.
Thank you.
If I go like this, and I'm going to have questions for everybody here, we'll be here till midnight. Don't worry, Director Foster, we won't. We'll try to keep it tight. Mr. Zor, West Wing, like you're having a moment.
Everyone likes to compare to the good old days.
Yeah, I think for many, it's just painful to watch it.
Indeed.
It's also digress too much. My wife did a beautiful painting of the Obamas that's in the principal's office at Deal Middle School.
My alma mater.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
And like everybody who goes in there feels like, God, once there was a time like that. But anyways, so fixed amount. So one of the things you're calling for is for the rebate fund to be more predictable.
Yes.
And I guess there's two dimensions to it. You want it to be more predictable and more money available for it to be able to be predictable.
Yes.
Do you have a specific recommendation of what it should look like?
That is a difficult question. I would like it to be I'd like to change the language in the law to get rid of this up to aspect so that when I do a budget and I tag in the budget which bucket the expenditures will qualify for, and I turn that budget into the producers from Hollywood or wherever they're from, I can say, if you spend this much money in these categories, you'll qualify for this much rebate. And right now we don't have that certainty. As to how much it should be, I mean, that's Georgia has an unlimited amount, right? They don't have, I don't think my colleague Aaron Charles, who's watching on video, will probably correct me. I don't think they even have a cap in Georgia. I think they'll spend $400 million on incentive. It's created billions of dollars of spend, Marvel and other things in Georgia. Maryland for a time, I think, had a $20 or $30 million fund. I think Virginia is somewhere in that range in the tens of millions of dollars. When House of Cards was in Maryland, they used up the entire fund. Virtually no other production, is my understanding, got any incentive money from Maryland in those years because they had a multi-year deal. They built out, I think it was an old Kmart or an old warehouse. That's what they built. There was no stage. They literally built it from warehouse space and in Aberdeen, and that's how they filmed it. They didn't need a sound stage. They made their own. They were going to be here long enough that it made sense. Same thing for Lioness when they shot their first season in Baltimore. They turned a warehouse, down at the docks into their sound stage. Ironically, as soon as they were finished, the owner of the warehouse turned it back into a warehouse because during COVID, he could make a lot more money with storage than he could with television productions, even though they'd spent, I don't know, $5-10 million converting it into a soundstage.
And the one in Jessup or Aberdeen, is that
Veep, right?
what's,
I don't remember Veep, or maybe
Similar deal.
Veep was, they turned an old building. I think it was, again, a former supermarket or something.
but are they still equipped?
No longer, no, it's no longer available.
Okay,
So a lot of more money, but just enough that $1.5 million goes very quickly. That will get, eaten up by a number of shows that come in from out of town. So a significantly larger number and more certainty is what I'm looking for.
so, and today's up to, it's up to what?
There's different buckets, so it's a more complicated answer, not to be,
Okay.
evasive.
Mm.
But let's say for non-payroll spend from a DC-based company, up to 35% is qualified expenditure, is rebatable. For out-of-town payroll for crew who are not DC residents, up to 10%. So, and there's different buckets that go in between that.
But it's not so much you're contesting those percentages, it's the up to.
Correct. No, there's percentages, having different buckets like that is totally standard.
Okay.
We're all used to that. If you hire more DC residents, you get a bigger incentive, which makes sense. But I need to know that if it says 21% or it says 35% or it says 10%, I can actually say you're going to get this if you apply and you spend it.
So, and part of your testimony was that folks don't find out what it is until they're in production.
We've had
And
some, we've had some cases, especially during the pandemic and when things were challenging at the film office, and this is not standard, but it did happen, where it took a long time to get the award letter. Obviously, I appreciate everything that the director and associate director do, and we rely on them, and they do a wonderful job. But there were some cases where it just took a long time to turn around the award letter, and that was a problem for a couple of our shows a few years ago during the pandemic. Recently, I don't think that's been quite as bad, but needing to get this information quickly is definitely a priority for us. And if the staffing at the film office is reduced, as I think it has been during the financial crises and the shutdowns and whatnot, that impacts their ability to do the things that we need them to do, turn around the permits as well as turn around the award information.
Okay. And I mean, part of it, when I heard that, I thought, well, we didn't lose that production because it came in lower, but maybe they don't come in the future. But can you give a sense of, to what extent are you hearing about people who won't look at the district because of that uncertainty around the up to what extent is this an actual choke point that is keeping us from getting to that multiplier effect?
Sure. I think it's an experience thing. There's not that many folks out there who do what we do. And so I have a lot of return clients, and they come back because they want to work in the district. They need a shot of the White House. They need a shot of the monuments or whatever. However, when they have that experience, and this happened in 2022 or 2023, the show went through the process, applied for the incentive. The up to amount, the actual award was lower than they were expecting. And they just kind of threw their hands up and said, you know what, we got to pay for an audit. We got to pay for our accountant's time. It's just not worth it to us to pursue, even though there was an appeals process. And, the folks in the film office were like, hey, if you want to talk about it, we can talk about this stuff. And I insisted to my client, I said, you should just call them. And they were like, it's not worth our time. That idea that it's not worth their time to come to DC is what I want to avoid. I'm lucky that people call me again. Show called Silo, an Apple TV show. They shot for just a day back on their second season and said, hey, we want to come back for season 2. We scouted a bunch. We shot for a few days. It was great. They're not going to come back for season 4. They're not. It's not worth it. We scouted and worked on the House of Dynamite, the Catherine Bigelow movie. The director, she wanted to film here for weeks. She would have been happy to shoot 2 weeks or 3 weeks in DC. But the producer said, we get more incentive in New Jersey. Every day I don't shoot in New Jersey, I literally lose money. And if I come to DC and I'm not going to be able to get, because there's not enough certainty of what I can get, and we know we're going to get something, but we don't know how much we're going to get. That's where they're going to say, you know what, Catherine Bigelow, we like shooting in DC, but we're going to shoot just for 3 or 4 days. We're not going to shoot for 3 or 4 weeks.
Okay. So, and I hope it's clear, like I'm a believer here. I
Yeah.
want to try to, to get what we can out of this, and for it to be, I mean, it's good for the economy in lots of different ways. And part of the formula is how much money gets spent in the restaurants and then how much money gets
Yeah.
spent by the waiter later.
Yeah.
And so for it, we talked before about things that might help, and the soundstage idea. Is there, you share the view that if we had a soundstage that we could attract more productions?
Definitely. One of the things that the calls I get are mostly for shooting exterior shots because they want to show that they're in DC. The weather is the weather. We're living through it right now. One of the things that in the film business you want to have is what's called a cover set, place you can go to take cover when the weather's bad. You need a soundstage. If you have a soundstage, you could then build a set. You could build an interior. This Georgetown show, they want to have an interior of a house in Georgetown. Well, they're going to shoot the interior somewhere else. But if we had a place they could build a stage where they could build that set, and that could be our cover set for when we need to do the exteriors in Georgetown. And then, oh man, no, it's raining. We can't match. It's all supposed to be one day. It's all supposed to be sunny. If we had a soundstage, we could have then spent the money to build a set there and been more deeply involved in producing in Washington. Without that soundstage, they're only looking at exteriors. They're literally going to shoot what we call a plate shot of the exterior, the view looking out the house window of what they see across the street, printed on a 25-foot high by 50-foot wide. It's called a translight. Put that outside the window of the soundstage, of the set they build on the soundstage, and shoot it in London or in Canada. So they never have to see, so they can pretend they're looking out the window. So they can be shooting inside a replica of the Georgetown house and seeing what's outside the house across 34th Street, let's say, in Georgetown, without ever having to be there in person. Don't want to do that. I want them to film the whole damn thing here. They're not going to do that without a soundstage.
Okay, I hear you. So and I take it from before in the back and forth, there's nothing that could serve that purpose closer than Philadelphia.
Right now, no, there's no standing existing soundstage closer than Philadelphia or perhaps in Richmond, but that's it. There's nothing in Baltimore. There's nothing in DC anymore. No, other than BET, which is not really as, it's been useful in the past. It's been used on occasion. It's not ready for prime time at the moment. It would take some investment to get it back up to speed.
Come back to you in just a second, but anybody contemplating building a soundstage in the region that would be a competitor with us?
Not that I'm aware of, no. And it's this is a, multi-$100 million investment to build it from scratch.
Gotcha.
Because you need parking, you need electricity, it's got to be soundproof. So it's not just a tin roof, it takes a pretty significant investment.
Okay. Did you have something?
Yeah,
to
just
go on?
2 quick things. I mean, Netflix is building one in New Jersey, just so you're aware. It's massive. And New Jersey is pretty busy right now of the places that are busy. But something that might be considered, the state of Illinois allows commercials to apply to their program. And we shoot a lot of commercials here, and commercials don't qualify for the program. But a lot of people's bread and butter is commercials. And they do generate revenue and they do spend money. So it might be worth considering allowing a commercial to take advantage, because there are lots of companies here that shoot their commercials here. So not including them, or rather including them, could actually bolster the industry in a way that I wasn't thinking about earlier when you asked about the soundstage.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Cooper. So, and thank you, Mr. Zor. You talk about, I guess, sort of a seat at the table in the process. Can you talk to me about what would that look like to you? How would you want to see the go-go community, which is a big community with all different kinds of folks in it, have a seat at the table?
Well, it's pretty much a trusted community like a lot of these legends and a lot of artists, we grew up in this game together. As you know, it's like we all from one school, and through trials and tribulations, we know their families, we know a lot of their, what they've been through, ups and downs, and some of those things, um, they might not come public with it, but they trust certain people, and in that, I built a humongous relationship with the community, and I'm a trusted voice. So some of these things I can relay back to them, you know, that they won't feel like it's somebody just talking over my head, and and I can, like I just want to be able to understand, you know, uh hey, what are some of these programs y'all anticipating, or and I could take it back to the community to get them to, because right now it's like when I say it's a disconnect, they hey, what's the go-go plan? Hey, what's this? What's that? And trying to figure out, trying to find, um, more about it. I'm saying, like, I want to be able to be there when they creating these or coming up with these ideas. I want to say, hey, that'll work. Hey, this might not work. That'll, just being able to create some of the ideas that the people on the ground is really, you know, um, either really want to do. Like, my whole thing is getting the music back in the schools, right? And that's where we come from. That's where Tony come from. That's where all the greats come from. The music was in the schools, and that's how we, that's how Go-Go grew. And now it's not in the schools anymore. I mean, it's like totally cut out. So
Go-Go's not in the schools, or music's not in the
music, music, and when I say that, they didn't teach Go-Go in schools.
Right.
They taught music, but music, it like it gave us, I want to learn this instrument. I want to learn that instrument. So now all of my guys here, like you know how to play the sax, you know how to play the trumpet, you know how to play the drums. Let's create a band. And we used to bang on the tables. While the teacher left, we like, hey, we gonna call ourselves the First Street Band. And we just started creating, and to counter, and to, like, when we saw people like Tony, like my first record I ever heard was 1978 E flat boogie, Trouble Funk. I'm I and I'm 78. I ain't trying to tell my age, but I'm I'm 8 years old. I'm a kid. These kids not getting that right now. They not, they don't have anybody to really look up to anymore. So I want to bring that back. That's one of the things, right now we proposing a pilot program in Ward 7 and Ward 8 for HD Woodson and Ballou High School, um, to get the music back in the school. I'm not teaching them necessarily go-go, teaching them music. Because what that's going to do, that's going to create a band, you know?
So and let you go more,
That's just, yeah.
but I would say I'm originally from the Detroit area,
Okay.
and there's a book called Once in a Great City
Hmm.
about Detroit in the early 60s.
Right.
And one of the things, and it's an incredible time in Detroit.
Mhm.
Detroit was in its total heyday. The
Yeah.
UAW was one of the most powerful institutions in the country. And there you had union workers who were earning a good living and could afford instruments, and there was a music store called Grinnell's
Mhm.
that sold instruments at reasonable prices that middle class people could afford. And the Detroit public schools
Mhm.
had a phenomenal music program.
Mhm.
And Martha Reeves of Martha Reeves and the Vandellas
Mhm.
talks about how she learned opera
Mhm.
in her elementary school, and that person was formative to who she became. And that's where Motown came from.
Yeah.
It was the confluence of affordable instruments, good music education, and then you get Motown. So what you're talking about, you're pushing on an open door with
Yeah.
me. I think I totally hear you. That's a little bit different than OCTFME, but I mean, part of what I'm hearing is you want a seat at the table as we're thinking about how we're educating our kids.
Growth, jobs, opportunities, more job opportunities, because most of these artists don't have, this is what they do for a living. And when I say most of them, you know, being in a go-go band is like, it's their job. That's their only income. Um, Not everybody now, because I was managing CVS and I was managing Backyard Band. So I knew, but so, I want to create more jobs for them. We're not here asking for money to just play at a show. We want to create growth, the economy, because when I say we represent 20,000 people, I mean, I'm talking about the local, the club owners, the security staff, the clothing lines, because we got to buy clothes to go to a go-go, you know what I'm saying? And everybody, I'm talking about the local cats, everybody, you know, that was their life, and if it dies, it just creates I mean, nobody is working. So I'm here for more of a economic ecosystem. Like I wanna be able to, go to office and cable to television to say, hey, this is what I got. This is, hey, and then, so we trying to bridge that gap. We trying to, you know, and that seat at the table is more transparency, and we creating and we building that relationship with them because we met a couple of times. We invited them to our public meeting so they can see our infrastructure, and it's building.
Well, I'm glad to hear,
Hopefully.
I'm glad to hear that. And I do think like the whole idea of the Go-Go Fund is to
Right.
achieve the goals that you're talking about.
Yeah.
And there's lots of people who have ideas about what that
Right.
should
What it
look
look
like.
Mhm.
But the idea, so I'm trying to understand how we make it so you feel like you're more thoroughly engaged in this, which, I mean, it could be just meetings where you have the opportunity to convey what you think the priorities should be so that they're considered by the agency as the agency takes the next step.
Yeah.
Is that the kind of thing that you're talking about?
Kind of.
Yeah.
I just know that um, when I say it's a disconnect, because other people have met with them, and uh, it, my thing is, I've always been in the community as Coop, as Pop, or advice. I'm consulting. I know personal, and I know the struggles. Um, and sometimes it's just when somebody comes to the table, it's a grab bag. It's like, hey, I'm for more opportunities for our artists, equal opportunity for our artists, because it's because from the ground, from the surface, they feel like they not, and they don't understand. So when I say a seat at the table, I want to be, I just want to understand so I can relay and then help them, understand the real artist that's been grinding for years and years and years.
All right. Well, I mean, I hear you, and I think it is always important to be meeting with a broad cross section of stakeholders. We're working on legislation. Yesterday, I met with people who were going to be deeply opposed to the legislation we're proposing, but it was valuable for us to have that meeting. This isn't a situation like that. This is a situation where there's a big community that's supposed to benefit from a fund, and so having mechanisms to consult with the key stakeholders in that community and making sure people feel included
Yeah,
strengthens it.
yeah.
And if there isn't a feeling of that, then you have, then it is a headwind.
I want to unite the go-go community. It's a big divide of just people understanding. And I think um, because I'm just finding out about this, and through a colleague of mine named Joe Jackson, has enlightened me on a lot of stuff. So I said, okay, Joe, let's have some business conversations. Let's see how we can help the ones that's not getting those opportunities. Because it may be just the bigger groups are getting the opportunities and the lower groups are not. So we just trying to bridge that gap and trying to set up some programs and like documentaries, stuff like that, that can be preserved as the real history from the real people. Like honestly, they can't do a backyard documentary without me. Yeah, I mean, they could be in it, but the question gonna be is where's Coop? You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be that if I don't get involved, and I'm just telling you, like, is we are the people. We are the people.
All right. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Message received. Mr. Foster, Mr. Cooper just used the expression bridge the gap, and I think that was part of your testimony as well. I mean,
Fisher.
Fisher, I'm sorry. LaToya Foster, Tony Fisher. And I was going to ask, should I be calling you Mr. Fisher or should I be calling you Big Tony? But I'm going to go with Mr. Fisher.
Yes, sir.
So if Mr. Cooper just talked about bridging the gap, but can you speak to what it is that you're looking for here? Is it the kind of thing that I was just talking about, just making sure channels of communication are wide open and the broad spectrum of stakeholders in the go-go community feel like they've been engaged? What's the goal?
Well, first let me say that, you know, I consider myself one of the forefathers of this go-go movement.
I consider you one of the forefathers of the go-go movement too.
Yet I just don't feel that myself, and I think I speak for the other forefathers that's still here, which is very few of us, we don't really have to say so for those of us that's interested, and I'm very interested, I'm very locked in. We don't really have a lot of say so over what we created. You know, when it comes to this, you know, the money's being allocated to different things. Like for instance, I think that a documentary on Trouble Funk not only benefits the history of Trouble Funk, but go-go music, because we played such a big part of go-go music. So it's not just, and it also could, I'm a visionary, you know, I'm looking at the big picture. It also can create, you know, other avenues and generate other wealth, because I can see a documentary, and trust me when I say that we have a story, you know, that very little people know about because it's constantly being swept under the rug. The true history of go-go. A lot of people don't know that Trouble Funk was the first band to travel international. A lot of people don't know that Trouble Funk is the first band to record a live go-go album. A lot of people don't know that Trouble Funk is the only go-go band to perform for President Obama, you know, at the Kennedy Center with Dave Grohl. You know, a lot of people don't know this. They sweep it under the rug. But my point is, with this, you know, creating a really good documentary, which I know it would be, we can shop stuff like Netflix and create more revenue, you know. This is where we need to go, and nobody's looking at that. Nobody's looking at that big picture as far as what I can see, being someone that's been in this business since it started pretty much.
Okay, and again, the idea is you want your input to be
I would like to have some
instead
input, yes.
in this process. So message received. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of the witnesses on the panel. The person I was thinking about was Mark Rashan. I don't know if you remember Mark Rashan. Anyways.
I'm not good with names.
Yeah,
probably.
okay. So I want to thank the witnesses for their testimony, and I think we got to move on to our next panel, but really thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Uncle Jacques Vaughn. Okay. Joseph Jackson. And Takisa Donaldson. Is there anyone else, a public witness here in the room who had come to testify who isn't on the list? Because with this, that completes my list. Okay. Uncle Jacques Vaughn?
Check 1, 2. My name is Jacques Vaughn, also known as Uncle Jock. I was born and raised in Washington, D.C. Not only did I grow up on go-go music, but I consider myself a second-generation pioneer of the music and culture. I started a band when I was 14 years old called Central Groove, and within a 2-year period, we recorded a song called Special How You Do, which made the Billboard charts in 1985. At that time, only 2 other bands had done such, which was Chuck Brown and Trouble Funk. I started playing with Chuck Brown when I was 18 years old, and I traveled the world with him as a teenager and recorded on his Grammy-nominated album before he passed. I played with a group called Proper Utensils, which I recorded a go-go rap song. It was called Rump Shaker. It was a remix, and I was the first voice on the recording alongside the legendary, rest in peace, Little Benny, and also James Funk. I played with the king of the go-go beat, Donnell Floyd. I also helped put together and manage his newest project called Push Play, which has propelled him to become one of the hottest bands in the city once again. Today, I'm playing with the legendary Big Tony and Trouble Funk, and this is one of the most popular go-go bands in the world to date. And we're still going strong and still performing today. I'm also the interim vice president of the United Go-Go Association. The main reason I'm here testifying today is just the members of the Go-Go Association that are here and online testifying. We have over 400 years of expertise in this business. Because of who we are in go-go, someone in our association should have known about the money or the funding, as well as the opportunities to showcase when they were available. This didn't happen. We checked with each other quite often, and nobody was informed. That cannot continue. Because of that, we have met with multiple council members, as well as yourself, letting them know who we are and our mission to protect, preserve, and grow go-go. We have also met with the leadership at the DC Office of Cable Television, and in those meetings, we shared surface-level ideas. Those ideas were received well, and they want to move forward quickly and create a partnership to move forward on some of the ideas that we shared. In closing, because we are the pioneers, because we are the experts, we need to have a seat at the table. A seat at the table looks like being a part of the process to help develop the ideas and help with the creating of more opportunities. Our job, our duty is not only to protect, preserve, and grow the history of go-go, but also the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jackson.
How are you? My name is Joseph Jackson. I own a company called GoGo Ventures. My company is the only audio and video distribution company for go-go music in Washington, D.C. For instance, we have things like DistroKid and TuneCore. The average artist can upload their music to these sites, and these sites will distribute it to YouTube, Spotify, Apple Music. GoGo Ventures is the only company that does this specifically for go-go music. I have over 300 artists on my platform. One of my artists named Tone P has a song on Amazon Cross. On Amazon Prime on the series Cross, which generates a significant amount of revenue. Since 2009, I've been a club owner, a band manager, a band owner, a band member, the DJ. I cooked the chicken. I was the door person. I was the security, and I've been the bartender because I wanted to know every aspect of what was going on within my society because that's the only way to know. I've done over 1,000 shows myself without any assistance or any help from anyone except my own intellectual properties. But with that being said, in 2021, I caught cancer. Went from 245 pounds to 135 pounds. The first day I woke up, I want to say within that week, I probably met Mr. Lawrence Cooper and Miss Foster and Monique and Don Fong. And what had happened is in 2019, when they started this Go-Go Fund that was initially going to MLK Library, Events DC, and 202 Creates, they started it and they didn't tell nobody. It was no oversight. It was no public information that went out to say, hey, we got a Go-Go Fund of $1 million, come get some. It just didn't say anything. When I found them in 2021, basically the reason I was told is, hey, forgive us, we just dropped the ball after COVID. That's basically all that was said. And then Miss Foster had taken leadership. But I have to be honest, when I first met Miss Foster, Mr. Cooper, Office of Cable Television, the first thing they did was help me create a home studio where that song was recorded that's now on Cross. That generates me a significant amount of revenue every month. Then we went on to do a Stop the Violence event, myself and Office of Cable Television in one of the worst parts of DC. I mean, one of the parts where no one wanted to go to, but they trusted me enough to employ my initiatives in the community to try to save these children. After that, we did a program called Go-Go 101, which is a step-by-step process for which you could be the average layperson and figure out how you could get in go-go either as an entertainer, a marketer, a promoter, a multitude of things. We also did the Go-Go Carnival, where we employed, I want to say 100 to 125 people that day. Yeah, we did that. Because of the visibility I created through them, I've established relationships with international brands like TGI Fridays, who I have contracts with now, who have stores in Russia. Harley Davidson DC, who is now pushing the DMV culture through me all throughout the United States. After cancer, my business was destroyed. If not for the initial investment given to me by the Office of Cable Television, I would not be where I am today. They went over and above with Miss Dawn Fong. She helped me find my way into a program at DAWS that allowed me to get 6 Google certifications as an IT tech. That would not have happened had I not met Dawn Fong in Office of Cable Television. Me and Mr. Cooper here, we done had a bunch of great arguments. I'm talking about long ones too. But what I realized today is he didn't have to have those arguments with me. He didn't have to try to educate me. He didn't have to take out his time to do anything. After we didn't agree, he could have just said, hey, I'm done. So with all that praise that I give them, I believe that in my individual life, that Office of Cable Television 202 Creates and the Go-Go Economic Sponsorship has done its job. But I'm only one person. Where we have dropped the ball is communication. Down at Office Cable Television, once Ms. Foster don't agree with you, you don't talk to her no more. If Mr. Cooper decides he don't want to talk to you no more, he just doesn't, and that's fine. But once again, I have the only distribution company in GoGo. I've thrown over 1,000 shows. When we sitting back and we talking about what we're going to do with GoGo, who are you talking to if you're not talking to the people that paid into the infrastructure of GoGo before it was any money given to GoGo? Any money given to GoGo, I was putting out $150,000 a year, me and my partners, to make sure that GoGo had the foundation to succeed. Another problem that we have is you have MLK Library, you have 202 Creates, Office of Cable Television, you got Events DC. If all three of these agencies of their own volition continue to hire the same bands on every occasion, which, you know, I just say it for what it is, we would normally see Backyard, Black Alley, and EU. If they're not communicating and they all keep doing this, and then they give the money to, say, me, and then I go hire the same bands, what it does is create a defunct monopoly. And it kills my band Urban Rhythm, because at every free event, like Art All Night, where they got 30,000 people out there for 3 years straight, we have used basically the same bands. What does that do to my business?
So I hear you. I mean, apparently you had long arguments with Mr. Cooper, but
Yeah.
you're 3 minutes over. So, but I want you to finish.
Okay, I'm gonna be real quick, but I mean, for real quick, for the most part, although the program has worked for me specifically, 75% of GoGo is normally left out of what's going on at 202 Creates. GoGo Award, which is another thing they finance, 60% of us weren't even involved, nominated, didn't know nothing about a nomination. But what it basically comes down to is two things. There were a significant amount of us that created the infrastructure for GoGo before 202 Creates got here. Since they've gotten here, they've introduced this, I want to say it's an artificial capital in the go-go that may or may not always be there. And it messes everybody up. And if they're not communicating with the people that created the infrastructure, you know, then who are they talking to? And the people that they are talking to in go-go, if they are, this stuff should be transparent. Because a lot of these people will go down there and say they speak for go-go, but they're really only pushing their own agendas.
Okay. Hear you loud and clear.
Yeah.
I think, I'm pulling out a couple of different themes here, and from both of your testimonies. One is, I'm very sorry about the cancer that you experienced. I have to say, you look great.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what we got to go through. God put us through things so we can stand strong. No problem.
Yeah, but there's also a certain amount of gratitude to the office for what it did for you personally.
Absolutely.
And really appreciate you saying that.
Absolutely.
And I also appreciate this idea of big, broad community, and to the extent, and there's no unified community, like there's a community and there's some folks over here and some folks over there. And if there is a feeling that only one set of people are being heard, it weakens the credibility of the whole enterprise. And so improved communication, which, Jacques, I thought I heard you say you're feeling a little, and you want to see that continue. And I think others have said they're feeling it a little and want to see that built on. And as a message, as we go into the next fiscal year and the next round of budgeting, I think it's a very valuable message. And I think, Mr. Jackson, when you say these things, the whole idea is about opportunity. And so if you keep going to established entities and you're not giving new kids a chance, you almost can make it harder for them.
You're creating the same monster that you're telling me to look out for.
So message received, but also part of the message is maybe we're getting to a better place because communication has improved. And so with that, I want to thank you for your testimony, and really appreciate the work that you do. Really impressed by what you've been able to accomplish, Mr. Jackson. That's really something. Thank you.
Not to end so abruptly, Mr. Fruman, I know we're over time, but my message to Office of Cable Television is we need transparency. When we fill out these applications, they have a system that they judge by that's a point system that nobody knows. So if I'm filling out an application that's based on points, if I don't know what you're judging on, how do I put in a proper application? How does my idea get judged to the best of your ability, or how do I put it into the best of my ability if I don't know the standard or metrics that you're judging by? So once again, more communication. We're all human beings. We all make mistakes. I know I do. I know they do. But I'm happy that they're here, and I look forward to maybe establishing some more communication that we haven't had in a couple of years. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Duval. Okay. I will now call our virtual witnesses. For each witness, I will call your name and a member of my staff will make you a panelist. If you wish to appear on video, you must click the button in the toolbar at the bottom of your screen that looks like a video camera. Please remain muted until it is your turn to testify. When it is your turn to testify, please unmute yourself. Once all virtual witnesses testify, I may ask a round of questions, so please stay on Zoom muted until you are recalled. For any technical difficulties, send a message to the host, which is labeled as Committee on Human Services, and they will follow up with you. Additionally, if you are having trouble gaining access to Zoom, you have pre-registered, you can reach my team at eshaney, ESHANY, at dccouncil.gov, and they will try to resolve your issue. Now let's turn to our panel of virtual witnesses. Jawar Abraham, Damon Gorman, Ashley Ruff, Cliff Jones, Travis Gardner, and Jasmine Young. Okay, so we will start with Mr. Abraham.
Good morning, Mr. Fruman, Councilmember Fruman. My name is Jahar Abraham. I too have been in the go-go community for the last 43 years. Done all kinds of things from the 80s, from marketing, managing, owning a club. And I've participated, my group, we've taken go-go music all over the world. We started taking bands to Miami in the early 2000s, and we've gone as far as Nigeria. And we financed this ourselves without the help of any government money or program. I'm here today as a member of the United Go-Go Association. And our primary focus is to preserve, protect, and grow go-go. And like a few of my colleagues have said earlier, I just became aware of the go-go fund and the involvement of the government in supporting go-go to this level, probably maybe about 2 years ago. And I just want to make sure that we have an open line of communication, and that it's my hope that everywhere that these decisions are being made about our community, that there's people who are really a part of our community who's sitting at the table. That's what the seat at the table looks like. Even with you, Councilmember Fruman, I would like to assist you in helping you with any kind of oversight that you do, because you need somebody who knows this stuff helping you so that you can do proper oversight. So I'm here to help. I have enjoyed meeting with the Office of Cable Television's leadership. I'm looking forward to us working on some of the initiatives together that's going to bring revenue in to these organizations, not just us. If the budget is $1 million, we shouldn't just be spending $1 million a year having shows because we've been doing that before the government ever offered any financial assistance. We should be doing, to me, a better job of preserving, protecting, and putting things in place to grow our brand and our business and continue to introduce the world to our music. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Abraham. Really appreciate the meeting that we had. I guess it's a couple of months ago now, and all of the work that you're doing in this area. I mean, I think there is a shared goal of trying to promote the music and get people employed and deliver economic benefit to folks in this artistic community, this distinctive district arts community. And so I think there is a shared goal. Does sound like there's increased communication, still a call for more transparency. And I appreciate your offer to assist in the oversight. For right now, what I think we should do, and I mean, we've had a pretty consistent themes from different witnesses, so I'm probably not going to rehash it with you, but I think your specific suggestion about helping me with the oversight, maybe we should at some point soon put another meeting on the calendar to check in with how things are going and what you're seeing and what you think I should be seeing in this space. In candor, probably not really soon. We've all literally been snowed under, and then everything else lapsed, and we're in the oversight season. But let's make sure that we stay in touch so that I can be hearing what it is that you are seeing and benefit from your input. So with that, I want to thank you for your testimony. If you had anything that you wanted to add, I'll give you the opportunity, but then we'll move to our government witnesses.
Thank you, council member. Looking forward to speaking with you.
All right, and again, thank you for all you do. Thanks. All right. So now we will now move to our government witnesses. We'll now be joined by LaToya Foster, the Director of the Office of Cable Television, Film, Music, and Entertainment, and her team. I invite each person who will testify on behalf of OCTFME today to join us at the table in front of me. Okay, it is the practice of this committee to place our government witnesses under oath. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Human Services is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may begin your testimony.
Yeah, I think chairperson, we have a video we wanted to run first, and then we'll go into the testimony.
Human Services is the truth, the whole truth. You have a video.
I do.
You may begin your testimony.
Yeah, I think chairperson, we have a video we wanted to run first, and then
Entertainment in the most important city in the world covers a lot of ground. It's television, film, music, sports, politics, and so much more.
DCPS grads crushing the game.
Most importantly, it's a vital economic engine. Entertainment in the most important city in the world covers a lot of ground. It's television, film, music, is the mission of the politics, Office of Cable Television.
DCPS grads crushing the game.
Most importantly, it's a vital economic and entertainment. And throughout 2025, we delivered in both big and small ways, showing up for our community every single day. We inform and connect residents through high-quality, locally focused programming on our 3 award-winning broadcast channels, along and throughout 2025, we delivered in both big and small ways, showing up for our community every single day. We ensure transparency and residents through high-quality, locally focused programming on our 3 award-winning broadcast channels, along with throughout 2025, we delivered in both big and small ways, showing up for our community every single day.
I apologize. All right. So when you're ready to begin.
Well, again, good morning, Chairperson Fruman, members and staff of the Committee on Human Services. I'm Latoya Foster, the Director of the Office of Cable Television, Film, Music, and Entertainment, also known as OCTFME. On behalf of Mayor Bowser and the agency, I am pleased to provide testimony about the activities and accomplishments of OCTFME in fiscal year 2025 and fiscal year 2026 to date. The mission of the Office of Cable Television, Film, Music, and Entertainment is to regulate cable television service providers, provide high-quality, responsive customer service for district cable subscribers, produce and broadcast 24-hour public, educational, and government programming and original content highlighting the district's culture, lead, grow, and support a sustainable creative economy and entertainment media industry by managing programs and initiatives such as the Film Rebate Fund, 202 Creates, and through activities of the Creative Affairs Office, and finally, to serve as the entertainment economic engine and communications hub for the DC government, a one-stop shop for all things entertainment, including concerts, festivals, film, television productions, gaming, and immersive media. Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 25 budget made investments that supported OCTFME's efforts to include creating economic opportunities, fostering partnerships, communicating local stories and government resources and initiatives, making our neighborhoods safer, and providing more effective and efficient government services. We continue to work each day to fulfill our commitment to provide DC residents with opportunities and a fair shot. Our legal and regulatory team continues to work closely with the district's 3 cable and internet service providers to ensure the prompt resolution of customer service, billing, and infrastructure-related issues. Acting as advocates for cable and broadband customers, the team escalates resident concerns as appropriate and serves as a knowledgeable resource to help secure greater value and accountability in the delivery of these services. In addition, the team actively supports and facilitates providers' ongoing efforts to upgrade and modernize their networks across the district, ensuring that residents benefit from improved reliability, capacity, and service quality. Through effective interagency coordination and with the Office of Unified Communication, the support of this committee and your office, we are also pleased to report the launch of the OCTFME Service Request Portal via 311, recently activated in November of 2025. The implementation of the 311 Service Request Portal established an additional standardized intake mechanism for DC residents to report external infrastructure-related issues. The integration with the 311 system enhances agency accessibility and streamlines the submission and routing process, improving efficiency and responsiveness. OCTFME continues to provide transparency and valuable information to district residents through our three PEG channels: DCN, the District of Columbia Network; DCC, the District Council Channel; and DKN, the District Knowledge Network. In fiscal year 25, our production crew covered nearly 200 mayoral press conferences, in addition to over 300 groundbreakings, ribbon cuttings, studio productions, and community events presented by the Executive Office of the Mayor, government agencies, and community partners. Additionally, our programming team covered over 1,215 hours of hearings, meetings, markups, and press briefings on DCC with the support from the Council of the District of Columbia, the Council Secretary's offices, and support services to date. Our productions not only aired on our channels, but also continue to serve as the press pool for local, national, and international media outlets, providing resources for news organizations, including breaking news press conferences involving the city. Our team worked around the clock, specifically during emergencies, including the fatal 2025 Potomac River mid-air collision, the National Guard shooting, and inclement weather updates. Our award-winning programming team continued to produce original, high-quality programs, including the Emmy-nominated Speak Out DC, which provides a platform for young adults to express concerns and offer opinions on topics such as violence prevention, mental health, education, and even generational differences. We've also partnered with the Anacostia Business Improvement District to produce a spoken word to go-go episode for our Straight Crankin' Go-Go series, which has featured go-go legends including Belladonna, Trouble Funk featuring Big Tony, EU, the Backyard Band, and Sirius and Company, among other emerging bands. We've featured all 8 wards of our city and the creative economy in our Good Things DC series and created a new series, Cinemagic, a collaboration with the 48-Hour Film Project to showcase local films and filmmakers in DC. OCTFME also continued its support of our sports capital, partnering with Monumental Sports to create District of Champions, a program chronicling the history and the impact of the Capital One Arena from its beginnings in the 1990s to its current transformation as a state-of-the-art facility and tourist attraction. High school sports coverage continues to be enhanced, and this year, for the first time in a decade, we provided live coverage of the DCIAA 2025 Turkey Bowl on Thanksgiving Day, featuring the Coolidge Colts versus the Dunbar Crimson Tide. Boys soccer, football, baseball, and basketball games also continue to be featured, as well as girls volleyball, soccer, and softball. Another new series worthy of reference is Conversations with Women in Media and Technology, where we examine the impact and contributions of DC's most powerful women in sports, technology, entertainment, arts, and media, or as we like to say, those who are full steam ahead. OCTFME remains consistent in airing hundreds of hours of diverse and award-winning programming, capturing the Award of Distinction in 2025 from the National Association of Telecommunications Officers and Advisors, also known as NATOA. This award recognizes excellence among PEG channels across the country. Programming also received an Award of Excellence for Speak Out DC in the Interview Talk Show category, and additional awards for the Holiday Spirit, Family, and the Council Swearing In Ceremony. A second local Emmy nomination was received for Speak Out DC in the category of Interview Discussion. OCTFME continues to produce programming that highlights our businesses, our vibrancy, and our arts and culture scene in support of downtown and across all 8 wards. And for a sophomore year, OCTFME led the efforts and produced a promotional video along with our friends at the Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority, Monumental Sports, the Downtown Business Improvement District, the Executive Office of the Mayor, and the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development to promote the holiday season in DC, which aired on our networks as well as on the Monumental Sports and Entertainment Network, Comcast, and on monitors in the baggage claim and concourse areas inside of Reagan National and Washington Dulles airports. Fiscal stewardship and infrastructure readiness remain top priorities for OCTFME's operations team in fiscal year 25 and into fiscal year 26, as the agency continued to ensure the reliability of our broadcast operations and the uninterrupted delivery of government communications, public service programming, and entertainment content for DC residents. In response to evolving media demands, OCTFME advanced modernization efforts through innovative studio upgrades that expanded our capacity for professional audio production, digital entertainment content development, and live streaming services. Despite fiscal constraints, the operations team remained focused on strategic resource management, contract oversight, and operational continuity while supporting partnerships that maximize district investments in the creative community and the cultural vitality of Washington, D.C. DC Radio, in a programming partnership with Howard University's WHUR 96.3 and serving as the district's official government radio station, continued to produce high-quality content in fiscal year 25 through audio and video podcasts, PSAs, and promotional programming distributed across our digital and social media platforms. Since the start of fiscal year 25, we have added new radio shows focused on DC government priorities, including the work of Mayor Bowser and the DC Council, as well as programming that highlights the district's business community, arts and culture, and the go-go music scene, demonstrating growing interest in Washington, D.C.'s unique voice and content both locally and globally. We have strengthened our digital infrastructure by updating the DC Radio app and expanding distribution through SoundCloud, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, TuneIn, and iHeart, creating new opportunities for local go-go artists and local musicians to be featured more broadly and to benefit from streaming-based revenue and digital exposure. OCTFME's film division is a one-stop shop that issues film permits, provides production location assistance, and manages the Film Rebate Fund. The DC Film Rebate Fund promotes economic impact by generating revenue for district businesses, promoting tourism, creating jobs, and providing media training opportunities for DC residents. Though the final certified DC Rebate Fund Economic Impact Report for fiscal year 25 is still pending, the current estimated direct, indirect, and induced impacts of the 7 fiscal year 25 qualifying projects was $13.7 million. The projects created an estimated 90 DC resident jobs and $615,000 in wages to DC residents. A total of $1.6 million in rebates was obligated for those projects. Since the inception of the DC Rebate Fund program in fiscal year 2016, the program has issued rebates to a total of 88 qualifying projects that have produced a total economic impact of $226.8 million. 2,152 jobs and a total of $8.5 million in wages were generated for DC residents. Some of the major projects attracted to the city in fiscal year 25 through the DC Rebate Fund included A House of Dynamite from Netflix, directed by Academy Award winner Kathryn Bigelow, Season 3 of Silo from Apple TV+, Season 4 of Reacher from Amazon Prime, and Berlin Film Festival Best Documentary Award winner Holding Leot, produced by local production company Meridian Hill Pictures. Other prominent projects that filmed in DC in fiscal year 25 that were not in the DC Rebate Fund program but were issued film permits included the final season of Queer Eye from Netflix, season 1 of the upcoming Disney political thriller Trinity, The Real Housewives of Potomac from Bravo, and Gordon Ramsay's Secret Service from Fox Television, which filmed an episode at the Parthenon Greek restaurant in Ward 3. As a division of OCTFME, the Creative Affairs Office showcases and preserves the district's rich creative communities throughout all 8 wards. CAO builds sustainability in the creative community through policy and programming. In accordance with the Go-Go People's Plan, CAO rallies behind artists, initiatives, and programs designed to preserve and promote the district's go-go music, history, and culture. During fiscal year 25, CAO and 202 Creates played a key role in marketing and supporting go-go music through various initiatives and events and recordings by supporting 66 events through the Go-Go Fund, including the Home Rule Music Film Festival at the Parks at Walter Reed, DC Decades DC History Week, Magic Wednesdays with Magic 102.3 FM at Sycamore and Oak, the Downtown Holiday Market, and the DC Jazz Festival, among others. This month, we're celebrating the anniversary of the Go-Go legislation, kicking off with a concert at the historic Howard Theater. CAO also continued its support of the Performing Arts Promotion Amendment Act, or as we like to call it, PAPA, the Real Property Tax Rebate Program for small performing arts venues. OCTFME launched this year 202 Creates Month at the Planet Word Museum with the inaugural 202 Creates Con, a one-day event showcasing creative power, economic impact, and entertainment in the nation's capital, or as we like to say, DC's version of South by Southwest. The agency has organized various events, including the annual Mayor's Emancipation Day concert. Additionally, it has collaborated with the Executive Office of the Mayor and CNN to present the annual 4th of July celebration featuring the U.S. Air Force Band along with local artists. To close out the fiscal year, we proudly celebrated the 40th Annual Mayor's Arts Awards, a milestone event honoring the incredible creativity and cultural contributions of Washington, D.C.'s artistic community. The Mayor's Arts Awards recognize DC creators across 13 award categories, further celebrating the district's rich culture, heritage, and vibrant art scene. In conclusion, I'd like to thank Mayor Bowser and you, Chairperson Fruman, for your leadership and support. We appreciate the opportunity to share our accomplishments and future plans and look forward to working with the committee. This concludes my testimony. My staff and I are happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you very much for all the work that you do.
Thank you.
Apologies on the video. We are going to have it incorporated into the record. So there's something about the way in which it was feeding back from being heard in the room that created a challenge, but we will include it so that everybody can see it and enjoy it. We started the hearing talking about the film rebate program and things we could do to incentivize production. And one of the things that we heard was this up to question and the fact that there is a level of uncertainty about what percentage of their expenses will be compensated, and that production companies want certainty. All big businesses, that's like a critical thing to them. And I guess this goes to, your answer has to be dollars permitting, but does OCTFME support the idea of taking out the up to language in order to create certainty?
That said, Councilmember Fruman, I'm going to turn that over to Deputy Director Herbert Niles to go into greater detail.
Yes, so to answer that question, obviously it is an issue of resources, right? So if we have a finite amount of money in the rebate fund, we try to be transparent. right? And so when we meet with prospective applicants, we let them know that there's a finite amount of money in the rebate fund. And our philosophy is, rather than have one or two big projects take everything every year, we try to give everyone as many as possible that would qualify something. And so what we tell them is, though the law says up to 35% for each category, based on the demand in the given year, in order to give as many qualifying projects an opportunity to benefit from the program, not everyone can reach that maximum. So to your question, in a perfect world, of course, we would love the luxury of taking out that up to, but that would involve one or two trade-offs. One big project takes everything, and then everyone else that comes to the city and we want to build a relationship with, we tell them, you know, the shop is closed for the year, or disappoint some people, try to include as many projects as possible, and try to be as transparent as possible on the front end. And so I appreciate, because I've worked on the other side of that phone call when I used to work for BET Networks. So it's one thing when you're in a meeting or when you're in a Zoom and you're as clear and transparent as possible saying it's an up to, and after we receive your application, we will try to give you some guidance on what you'll qualify for as far in advance as possible, so you know what you're going to get ahead of time, right? But in their head, they look at it and they run their numbers. They don't care about the up to. They run the max. And so whatever we come back to them with, they're going to be disappointed. And so that's a challenge as well. And in terms of the timing, sometimes, to be fair, sometimes we get a call from the production 6 weeks, 4 weeks before they're coming. And so it's tough for us to turn around the analysis of their application and get them that offer letter. By the time that happens, even though they've applied before their production activity has begun, or they're considering whether to come or not, we have some administrative timelines to deal with as well. So it's complicated.
I hear you. A different approach would be to lower the percentage, and then you'd have predictability, but the percentages would be lower. What do you
True.
think of that?
But to be fair, the demand for this program, and you know, DC is such an iconic location. There'll always be stories written about with DC as a backdrop, whether it be money and power in downtown or our vibrant neighborhoods outside of the federal district. Even if we lowered it, it would be less of an issue, but we would still hit that issue. It just would be less. And to your point, in terms of setting expectations, if it's 20 instead of 35 and you get 10, it's less of a sticker shock. You're right.
Well, I mean, what I was getting at was eliminate the up to, but have a lower percentage. So, but you're saying that won't solve the
Demand
we're
problem.
going to run out.
Yeah.
And when in your testimony, Director Foster,
Yes.
I love numbers. And so when you said that qualifying projects have produced a total estimated impact of 226.8 million since FY16, that's 11 fiscal years. That sounds like 22 million or close to 23 million a year in economic impact. Then I think about this past year, and I think the number is 13.7, which has got a multiplier effect, but below the average for the last 11 years. Is that because the funds available through the rebate fund have not kept up? Or why that's looks like a bad trend to me. Like, congratulations for generating $14 million in economic impact. But stings a little if the average previously had been 22.
Yeah, so to answer that question, there are a couple of variables. One, because the final report from Dr. Amati hasn't come in yet, when we made our projection and the testimony, we tried to be as conservative as possible, so that we don't put forward something, and then when we come back and the full report is in, we're accused of overestimating. So that's the first thing. The other thing is the number of projects per year. So that varies. So I didn't do the number of dividing it by project, but for FY 25, we have 7 projects that qualified. In 24, we had 8. In 23, we had 9. And then I'm going to go backwards, 8, 6, 5, 3, 12, 12. So when you divide it by the number of projects, it's probably going to be relatively comparable because we had a year with fewer projects.
Yeah, I hear you. But I mean, maybe the multiplier has changed over time, but if the multiplier is pretty steady, then it seems like, I mean, part of this 13 million in economic impact, I don't know what that generates in tax revenue to the district, but I'd actually like to run those numbers because I think we're leaving money on the table by not putting money on the table in the first place. And I worry that the data shows that over an 11-year period, that maybe we had at some point been putting more in, having a multiplier effect that gave us bigger numbers, and now we're not doing that. And then the argument could be, if you look at this level of impact, if you look at, I'm making this up as I go along, and let's keep having a conversation about it, but if it's 14 million and 22 million, or 14 million and 23 million, then there's 9 million of economic impact that maybe we could be capturing if we had a bigger rebate fund. And then what does that 9 million in economic impact generate in tax revenue to the district? And would it pay for itself? That's the math I want to think about. So that all of these numbers raise in my mind, and we're not going to do that math. That we need Dr. Amati to come back from what I imagine is a lovely place in Italy. Okay. And you talked a little bit about timing and why it is. I mean, my impression is it takes a couple of weeks for you to do the analysis. How long does it take to do the analysis of a film rebate application?
Well, so there are two things there. The application probably takes about 2 to 3 weeks to review the application, verify that the production is bona fide, respond to any questions that might pop up when they fill in the application. There may be inputs in the application that don't make sense. So so there's a process, but I would say on average, between when we receive the application and when we can forward them some sort of response is 2.5 to 3 weeks.
So if somebody called you 6 weeks out, you still should be able to give them clarity before they come.
Yes. And that's why I mentioned those calls. So let's say someone calls us 6 weeks before the production, and they say either we're going to come to DC for 6 weeks or we're going to come for 3 days, depending on what you can provide us. So we have that call. We say this is all dependent on what you put in your application and then also what we have available left in the fund. So after that call, there might be 2 weeks before they submit their application, right? And so they submit their application and we go, based on that application, we're thinking it could be this or this. This is the range we're looking at. And then they'll go back and go, well, that's not going to be good enough. So they'll say, we got to go back and discuss it. Then they sort of modify their application saying we're going from 6 weeks to 3 days. And then that's a new set of inputs. So it kind of starts again, right? So what I'm saying, the conversation And we may get that first call 6 weeks out, but by the time we get their final best good faith estimate of their anticipated spending, which we use to make a recommendation for support, it could be much closer to their filming date.
Yeah, again, everything flows from scarce resources. And what is your policy? You know, I think you said, oh, it could all be used up by a couple of big projects. So if a big project comes and it's a bird in the hand, and you'd use up the whole rebate program, but we'd get the economic benefit, and you have it, but it would use it all up. How do you approach that? Do you?
Well, this is an example I use. So Lance wasn't able to come here today, but Lance Kramer and his brother Brandon produced Holding Leot, which was on the short list for the Oscar for Best Feature Documentary. Locally based production company, small independent production company. We were able to support them because we didn't give everything we had that year to Netflix for one big project. So what we try to balance is building relationships with the industry, the big players, but also setting aside, giving us some dry powder. So when we have independent production companies that are based here, we still have money left. It goes back to the concept I said before. We try to give as many projects something than to have one big project take everything, or one or two.
Okay, so I see that there were 24 applications between FY24 and FY26 and 14 accepted. So there were 10 that were not accepted. Going to your demand question before, like if we lowered the percentage, we'd still have the demand issue. And have you looked, how many of those 10, or maybe you know why the 10 were not accepted?
Well, see, not all the 10 were rejections. So if I'm looking at our response, 14 were accepted, 2 were withdrawn. So that you might have gotten an application in, but they withdrew it because they decided not to come or some other reason. We had 2 that are on hold because the production schedule might have changed. So we get an application in and they say, we're coming, but it may not be until 6 months or next year. So we consider that a hold, but it's not an acceptance yet. We had 2 that were rejected or disqualified. Almost all of those 2 cases were because after reviewing the application, the expenditures would not meet the $250,000 threshold. And then we have 4 applications that are still under review. So that's this fiscal year. We haven't yet given them a response. So of those 10 that you referenced, only 2 were actually rejected for cause, and the others, were for other reasons.
So I guess to the extent that we're unable to meet demand at this current levels, it's not a demand that's expressed by actual applications, but it would be inquiries that are not followed through on, or people who choose not to pursue it because because there's too much uncertainty in it for one reason or another. Okay.
Yeah, to your point, there are applications that are never submitted, despite the fact we've had preliminary conversations with them.
Okay, well, this is clearly an area that I'm going to want to be thinking about through this budget process, and maybe an area that I'm going to want to ask the CFO to look at in terms of fiscal impact, because I would be very curious what the addition of a certain amount of changes to the formula and addition to the pool of money, what the overall fiscal impact after you take into account the economic impact on the district and increased tax revenue associated with it. We're not going to answer that question. It doesn't matter what we think the answer is. It's what the CFO thinks. Okay. Right now, when the district funds a film project, the filmmaker has to put a district-provided logo in the credits. The district is just using ACFME's logo, but the relevant statute requires a specific logo for this purpose. We discussed last year the potential to start up a film logo contest to generate a new logo. In your response to question 70, you noted the mayor's style guide and the need to follow it, but why couldn't the contest be developed and, as a requirement, have the logo follow the guide?
We're not opposed to that, Councilmember Fruman.
Okay. So, I mean, the purpose of suggesting it was to have an option of a new logo before the beginning of FY27. I mean, so far, has there been any action to pursue that?
Not as of yet, but we certainly can discuss it and launch that at a later date.
Okay. All right. And then, back on economic impacts, is there an estimate on when the Mayor's Office of Legal Counsel will be reviewing the report on economic impacts of the Film Rebate Fund? When can we hope and expect to see it?
For fiscal year 25?
Yeah.
No, so in the response, we currently have a draft report from Dr. Amati from 16 to 24. As we referenced, the 25 projects are still, some of them have submitted their expenditure reports. 4 are still pending because they might have ended their production in, September, and they need time to submit their information. So there's always a lag for 25, right? Now, with regard to the one that ends 24, we expect that to be reviewed by our supervising agencies in the next couple of months.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So what happens is they look at it, they ask us questions, they might have questions for Dr. Amati. So there's a whole process before it's published.
Okay. I mean, I was talking about this budget, so a couple of months leaves me. It could be timely for consideration in this budget process, or it might not be. It's not. It's very.
So we'll get guidance to see if we can get it approved for publishing before we appear in front of you again for the budget.
I mean, that would be
Because that
great.
could be what,
Ideal.
6 or 8 weeks from now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
April.
Yeah.
April.
Okay, let's make
Yeah.
that a goal and let's stay together on that. In terms of the choice of Dr. Amati and strategic advisors, how did that procurement, what did that look like?
So originally, it went out as open source. Yeah, sole source application. I think, if I recall, it was based on the fact that he had experience doing District of Columbia impact reports for DEMPED in the past. And he uses a prior, a model that is proprietary, right? And so it was accepted, right? And in the interest of having the year-over-year analysis be consistent based on the same methodology and the same, modules, it has been renewed, number one, because it's sole source, and number two, because this particular contract is under the $10,000 threshold for it to go for open bid.
Is over or under?
It's under the 10,000.
So you were able to do it sole source. And to what extent did ACFME have input into, did you identify him as somebody who'd done this work before, so you wanted him to do it again?
Well, it was recommended by DEMPED at the time, back in 2016, and it was early in my tenure, and I wasn't really involved in the decision, but I believe others were considered. But I think because of this in-plan model that he uses and his company's expertise in this particular area, and having done similar analysis for other jurisdictions, it gave us comfort that his results would be defensible and because he's done it in other jurisdictions.
And it's interesting because he did refer to doing it here and in other jurisdictions, but I mean, it looks like the firm is more about agriculture in West Africa.
Yeah, I think he's a specialist though in entertainment, though I think they have a firm with all kinds of
kinds of things.
specialists. So
So
I don't think it's a sole proprietor.
so he has a niche that's entertainment,
Right.
even if the firm
The company does other stuff, yeah.
and may showcase the
Mhm.
other stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
In your response to question 8, you indicated DEMPET sent over 1 million to the film rebate fund in FY25. Was this in addition to the fund's FY25 budget?
That was a one-time enhancement, Councilmember Fruman.
So how much was in the fund in total in FY25?
Get that for you. Let's see. Budget history. So to respond to your question, there have been 4 years where we've had an adjustment upwards based on our requests and demands and special projects. We've had 2 years since 2016 where we actually had an adjustment downward because of financial budget pressures across the city. So as an example, pretty much consistently since 2022, our local budget allotment has been basically $842,000, right? And so in 22, an adjustment up of 180,000, in 23, 1.3 million, in 24, 1.1 million, and in 2025, 1.0 million.
So if it's 800 and first it's 180, so it ends up being a total of $1 million. The next year it's plus 1.1, it's over 2 million. The next year plus 1.3, it's over 2 million.
Yeah.
Those enhancements, did they happen in the budget process or reprogramming or movement of dollars once we're in the fiscal year?
I'll defer to the director, but my understanding is through the economic development cluster requests for,
And that's correct, Councilmember. Each year was different, quite frankly. We have requested enhancements, but we have also been able to get the additional funding when it was a non-budget formulation moment as well.
So yeah, that's what I'm getting at is that we may pass a budget. We may pass a budget with $1 million in it, but at some point during the course of the year, DEMPED might send you another $1 million.
That's correct.
That's not in the budget.
That's correct.
And that goes to, so that's interesting because one of the themes that was talked about is predictability. And if folks thought, well, there's $1 million in this fund, that's not gonna make it.
Right.
But actually, as a practical matter, it was gonna end up being 2 million because DEMPED was gonna come provide another $1 million.
But
better to do it up front. Go ahead.
Yeah, but the thing is, a lot of times, it's going based on, it could be a big demand for something that we really need to make sure that we take care of certain projects that come into the city because of the economic impact. So we will make the ask and say, okay, we've got this really great project. It wants to film here in Washington, D.C. We only have $842,000. We really need the support so that we can make sure that this becomes, for lack of better words, a returning customer, quite frankly, be it Netflix, be it Apple TV, be it Amazon Prime, or whomever it might be. We want to make sure that we keep them coming back.
So it's interesting because in this back and forth process that happens, you have a conversation, somebody says, we want to be there for 6 weeks and what's it going to cost? And you're doing your analysis, but you may also be reaching out to DEMPED and saying, we have this fish on the line.
Mhm.
Will you help us? And then
Exactly.
they have an internal process of deciding whether or not they're going to help you.
Exactly.
So there's a lot of uncertainty at every step along the way. Okay. Was the entire FY25 expended throughout the course of the year, including the additional funding from DEFA?
Yes, everything was obligated.
But there's some things that are on hold. Those are things that are on hold that are in FY26 or 25.
So you might have, like, we might have gotten an application in FY25 for something that's filming this fiscal year.
I see.
So it's technically, it's when we receive the application, when we answer the question about how many applications have we received.
And so you might have 10 applications in FY25,
And they may say in the application they're not filming until June 26 or
And-
April 26.
and so then money could be spent in FY25 on applications that were made in 24,
Mhm.
on applications that are made in 25, and money could be spent in FY26 on applications that were made in 25. Okay.
Yep.
Where do we stand on the application to change the film permit fee?
Yes, so we are in a place where we have a couple of options that we're going to present to the economic development cluster. So what we've done is we did an analysis of a lot of jurisdictions, competing jurisdictions, and did an analysis of different models and also different price points. So our model is basically an application fee plus an accumulation per day of filming fee. You have some jurisdictions that are flat rate for like a week or a month. You have some jurisdictions that pay by location, right? The one thing that, the couple of things that we're going to try to do is increase incrementally, since we haven't raised the price since in 12 years, we believe, over the next 4 fiscal years, ratchet it up to a point where we feel that we are on par with some of our big competitors and not have sort of sticker shock for our clientele. The other thing that we're going to take out that we discovered when we did analysis, we have like a per project cap. So if you are a big project and you film for 10 days and you reach like $2,500 of a rebate, it's capped at that, even if it could be up to 7,000 because you're here for 2 months, right? We're definitely considering getting rid of that cap is one thing, because what we want to do in our recommendations that we're going to run up the ladder is we don't want to impact our smaller independent producers that are doing smaller films. We want to kind of have a larger part of the impact go on the larger funded, bigger films, right? So we have, that's why we want to keep our structure where the fees are based on the size of the crew. So if you're a small independent film and you have a crew of 0 to 9 or a crew of 10 to 25, you're going to be on one rate scale. But if you have a cast and crew of 70 or over, which would be like, you know, House of Dynamite and some of those bigger ones, then our increases are going to be a little bit more. So based on our 2 recommendations, we could expect an increase. So our current fees range between $60,000 and $100,000 per year. And we expect to go from $60,000 to $100,000 a year to $180,000 to $225,000 a year. So that would be an increase of about.
And it's
105
doubling. Yeah.
It's doubling. And that's why we want to kind of do it over like 3 or 4 fiscal years.
Somehow I had the idea that it was more money than that they increased. Somehow I have the idea, I saw a figure of 950,000, but that might be about something else.
Yeah.
What is that about?
And I'll let our General Counsel Lawrence Cooper go into greater detail about the 950.
I believe that figure is a result of a review of franchise fees through one of the operators and an adjustment over a period of time in franchise fee.
Oh, so that's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
So this is,
So that
this-
that wasn't permit revenue. No,
Okay.
that was something else.
okay, good, misread it, so helpful. And is that an upward revision? That's an upward revision.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I want to hear. Okay. Well, let's take on it for a second. To what extent can we count on it and it be included in the budget for next year?
We're looking at that amount, council member, as a way to enhance, once again, the film program for some obligations and some infrastructure that we want to, that you speak of as well, to improve and enhance.
I mean, the question is it secure enough that we're going to get it, that we can count on it and work with it in the budget? And I'm seeing heads shaking, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so back to the film rebate fee, and so it's $120,000. Let's just call it 120. It's a range on both the top and the bottom end, but let's call it $120,000, which isn't that giant. But actually, it worries me a little because I hear you about wanting to promote the smaller productions, but everything that I've been hearing is that we're not doing things that would strengthen our ability to attract larger productions. And so the fee increase is going to be heaviest on the larger productions. Sometimes we may or may not have enough money or predictability in the film rebate fund for larger productions. And so to what extent are we biting off our nose to spite our face?
Well, as I think one of the public witnesses mentioned, is really the incentive is more important than the actual permit fees. We have a production of that size. Let's just say for a 3-week shoot, you're going to increase their permit fees from $3,000 to $7,000. That's not as important to them as the difference in getting a rebate back of 1 million versus 650,000. So the actual permit fee level isn't the disincentive to come, it's more the rebate.
Okay.
Because once they decide to come, that's one of their smallest price points, really, the permit.
Okay, helpful.
Yeah.
You can see how when I was wrongly thinking it was a $950,000
Yeah.
increase that it would have worried me, but it doesn't worry me in the same way. So I think the bigger issue is, what do you do on the film rebate fund, and really putting on our thinking caps about what does an increase mean in terms of economic impact. And I would say in parallel to that, the soundstage issue. Like, if we really want to play in this league, what do we need to do?
And that's really like a resource issue. And there was a reference to our neighbors, our regional neighbors. Maryland next year will have 12 million and Virginia will have 8.5 million. But if you really ask our public witnesses in the industry, even Maryland and Virginia's is not competitive. So it's a conversation. I mean, we are lower than our regional neighbors, but I think even their budget levels are considered not the level of like a New York or a Georgia or, you know, some of the other bigger production states like New Mexico, California.
But what I can tell you as council member is that just recently, maybe not even 2 weeks ago, because we have continued this conversation with Mayor Bowser, Deputy Mayor Albert, because they too are very interested in how do we attract more and incentivize more film and television production and entertainment-based businesses to come to the city. We recently had a meeting with the Motion Picture Association, which of course is here in Washington, D.C. in the Golden Triangle area. We were able to meet with the chairman and CEO, Ambassador Charles Rivkin, and he has talked about how he wants to bring more Hollywood to Washington as well. So we do have a friend in him, and we're continuing conversations to see what can we do. What we do know is, especially those that the Motion Picture Association represents, which is the Netflixes of the world, the Sonys, the NBC Universals, and so forth, is that they want to be here in DC. And even sometimes, whether the funding incentive is there or not, they want to be here and they want to work with the city to be here. Herbie's relationships run very deep, and he's been able to foster strong relationships over many, many years. And we believe that with our recent conversations with Ambassador Rivkin and our commitment to working together in a greater capacity, that we are going to be able to amend and also work together to see what we can do, even if we understand that, funding is funding, right? But what can we do to ensure that we keep these film and television productions coming and these entertainment-based businesses deciding to set up shop here in DC with offices and entertainment destinations and so forth?
Okay, really want to be a partner with you on that. 'Cause
Sure.
I'd like to try to help. make
Really
things
great
like this happen.
conversation. This couldn't have been more than, it was right before the snow, not even 2 weeks ago. We just had that meeting and conversation.
Okay, one last thing, well, for now, because I will warn you, I have 11 more pages here, but one of the public witnesses suggested this is regional. And I wonder whether there's been any conversation, if there were a really great state-of-the-art soundstage in Northeast DC, Maryland, certainly, you could have productions in Maryland who could use it as that kind of backup facility that you're talking about. You could have productions in Virginia that could use it. Is there any way to have a regional partnership to create a hub that we're in the center of? So we could be the biggest beneficiaries, but they too could be beneficiaries and maybe have some stake in helping us to get there. And it has, I'm not saying there should have been, but I thought it was an interesting thing that this person had raised. What do you think of that idea?
We're not opposed to that, Councilmember Fruman, and we know exactly the location you're speaking of in Northeast DC, which we absolutely love as well. And of course, that is the former BET soundstage that sits right behind us. The great thing is that even though that campus has been recently purchased, we do have relationships. This was purchased by the U.S. Black Chamber of Commerce, but we do have relationships with those who own the campus now, where we can still work together to utilize that soundstage area. So we're working with them to see what we can possibly be able to accomplish together. They too want the marketing as well.
So, I mean, the twist that this person added was think regionally and just plant that seed, because if there's nothing between here and Philadelphia and Atlanta, then Maryland and Virginia could be significant beneficiaries to creating the capacity here. So how do we leverage that? And I'm not asking for an answer now, but I thought it was a useful comment that was made.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to turn to the GoGo Fund, and there was a fair amount of testimony today. I'll tell you, I think that the themes that I took away was folks who are longstanding members of the GoGo community who want to make sure that they're heard and informed.
Sure.
And I think there may have been a feeling that there was a time when they were not engaged with in the way that they might have hoped. That time could predate you, frankly. It also sounds like communication has improved, which I think is a positive thing. And it's you run an agency, so you're gonna then ultimately have to make decisions. You can't farm out decisions about this, but getting input from folks and getting input up front seems like an important thing to be doing, and it seems like a thing that has been happening, and increased transparency on that. So just want to put the marker down that I hope that will be built on going
Absolutely.
forward.
And council member, we can just tell you that we are equally, if not more, committed to making sure that there is constant communication and transparency with the go-go community. We market information through our newsletters, through community meetings, through our social media channels, and so forth. And oftentimes, those who have worked with us are our greatest advocates to talk about, what we're doing and what we've been accomplishing together. Several of the members who were here today have been beneficiaries of the Go-Go People's Plan and the funding that has come along with it. And they too have been able to go out and spread the word that it's here. And it's always, like I tell people, everything else, it's a Google away. If you go Google the Go-Go Fund in DC, you're going to get right to us. And we have all of the information posted on our websites, but we do remain in constant communication with the Go-Go community. And that's it, just about anyone who's in it. They know how to find us. We have, when we learned about the organizers of this new association, we took a meeting in our office. We've also had where they have virtual meetings. Our senior leadership has participated on those over the past few weeks. And some of the individuals, some who were right here in this room today, we have had countless meetings with over the years, at least since I've been in office, to make sure that they understand the people's plan, the fund, the criteria, so that we can be most helpful to any and all who are seeking support.
I appreciate that. I also appreciate the challenge that Go-Go is an enormous source of pride for people in the District of Columbia and for people who have been part of a giant accomplishment of creating a kind of music and then seeing it get promoted, including globally. So whenever you touch a thing like that, that is so important in the identity of lots of people, it's a challenge. But it's a good challenge. And part of it is making sure that as many of those folks feel included as possible without turning it into something that's unmanageable. But that's where it's a balance that needs to be struck. And it sounds like we're in a better place. I mean, I don't want to say it was a terrible place or anything like that, but it sounds like we're in a better place and hoping the trend line continues. One of the things you said is about criteria, and I do, so the one criteria is an applicant must be planning or hosting a DC-based creative event, festival, media project, or an educational opportunity or creative program that supports the district's go-go music industry. Your response to our questions on this subject lay out the process of assessing what the process of assessing applications look like, but not what the criteria are that are actually applied to the funding decisions. And one of the witnesses said, what's the scoring? How does it, what can you talk to us about what are your criterion and where they're laid out, or if they can be laid out?
Mhm. So what we've done, Councilmember, and we established this criteria a few years ago to make sure that everyone understood the process and had a fair shot to this resource. What we do is we have them go through the portal, as we like to call it, which can be found on our website. They tell us a little bit about their organization, the event or project that they are seeking support for, with a budget that we can see of what they're trying to accomplish. And it's broken down oftentimes by whether it's for entertainment, the marketing, um, audio, visual, et cetera, et cetera. We will sit in a room collectively, as when I say we, I mean senior leadership, to review each and every application to make sure that one, it is a DC-based business, that they do have a tax ID number, that they do have clean hands, and that we can see exactly what they're trying to accomplish versus what we have available in the funding, to make sure that we can equitably distribute resources to as many entities as we can over a fiscal year. So that's kind of how we go through the criteria and review process. We get a number of applications in, as you can imagine. We've tried our best to manage that program with the limited hands that we do have. But with that said, we still engage with them, talk through it with them, and look at how much they're seeking. And then we try our best to reach that number or as close to it as we can, again, based on the volume of other applications that are coming in as well.
But in terms of formal criteria and structure, it isn't a process that has like formal scoring or things. It's that you're looking at it all and trying to figure out how much of this can we do
Correct.
with what we have.
Correct.
Which it's not an unreasonable way to approach it, but you can see how on the other side, the question is, the concern is, well, how do I know how to apply? Because you could have criteria, a certain number of points for number of economic impact in the district, or years of experience in the industry, or I don't know what it might be, but and I don't have the answer to the question, but the call for transparency is understandable in a context where there's subjective decision making being done, and it may not be possible to not to square that circle, but just observing it.
But what I will say, Councilmember Fruman, is that I can't imagine, maybe one or two over the past couple of years, we try to accommodate every applicant. That I can tell you, and it's voluminous, but we do try to make sure that they all get something. Now, oftentimes, it might be a matter of they didn't get all of their information in that we might have requested, such as the clean hands or, whatever else it may be. But we have worked very diligently to make sure that if you come to us for support, that we're trying to give you some support. It may not be the $100,000 you asked for, but we try to get you something to assist you with your event or your project.
And I hear you on that. And actually, we observed that the vast majority of applications got far less than they asked for. And, I don't know, I'm not getting in the middle of trying to figure all that out. But people's eyes can get pretty big.
Sure.
When you hear $1 million on the table, why not ask for a lot? And so it ends up, and I think being frugal in the way in which you distribute it makes sense. But that can be a source of disappointment if you have a really big ticket number. I mean, this is the thing. It's a mixed blessing to have $1 million to distribute.
Yep.
And so and we're all going to have to contend with the challenges. I mean, I applaud the folks who came forward to say, like,
Sure.
we want to make sure that we are being included in the appropriate way. That's part of the way that you get included. And so, but you face real challenges. There are some things in the GoGo Fund that raise different questions.
Okay.
And some there are some that that don't have them in the list in Appendix F, that don't have event descriptions. And do you think, can you help me understand that?
I could try my best if you, is it by individual?
Maybe we will
Or I can-
send you a list
Okay.
of the ones that don't have event descriptions.
Okay.
And you help us as a follow-up to this hearing.
And sometimes, if it's not an event, it might be a project, such as Mr. Jackson talked about his studio, or someone had a short film they were trying to produce. It could be something along those lines as well.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll sort through it. Yeah.
One other point, and I think we sort of tried to address this last year. Sometimes we're talking about activations too. And so there may not be a formal application in the portal because we provided a go-go band for a particular activation or event or what have you. And I think that could explain some of those that you don't see.
Okay. All right. We'll give you the list.
Okay.
I mean, one we'll ask about here is, and it did not describe how the event was related to GoGo, was the Equestrian Summer Bash, which was in Maryland, and just don't understand that one.
So that one, and there are opportunities where we work to help the applicant amplify GoGo outside of this immediate metropolitan area here in the district, DC, Maryland, and Virginia. So if it's going outwards and they're utilizing some of our local bands, we try to support them as well if they're reaching a unique demographic.
So, and maybe we'll get follow-up on this one too, but is the idea that a go-go band was hired to play at the Equestrian
Yes.
Festival? That's what the
Correct.
funding is for?
Yes.
It funded. And did the funding go to the Equestrian Festival and then they pay
And they pay the bands.
as opposed to you just paying the band?
Yes.
Okay. A different one is there was a grant to the Restaurant Association for the Rammies, and that's like a fundraising event for them, and they have. I've been a couple of times. Have you gone?
Oh yeah, I was there at this past one, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I mean, it's a. I could feel the Restaurant Association watching me, but it doesn't, when you go to that event, it doesn't feel like they need a grant. But so help me understand that one. Is
And-
that also that you were paying for a band?
We
to be
paid
there?
for the band that performed probably at the after party or some sort, and again touching a different demographic.
So is that the rationale for that one? It's not, oh, they need the money.
No, no,
It's,
no.
This is an audience
But-
we want to see
Yeah,
exposed to go-go, because then they may have it
absolutely.
in their different kinds of restaurants.
We want to make sure, and if President Townsend calls us on something like that, we want to make sure that
President Townsend's going to call me first.
we want to make sure that go-go bands are reaching not just those who come to a concert or a production at a club or so forth. We want to make sure that everyone understands what the official music of the city is. So we do make sure that we put them in spaces and places where someone who may not necessarily go to some of the nightclubs and so forth, still get an opportunity to learn about the city's official music.
Okay. And then, I mean, is it enough for there to be a grant if go-go is performed at the event? Does it matter if the event is a creative event, or what if the performers are from the district? Does it matter? It doesn't sound like it necessarily matters if the event is in the district, if it's in the region.
We really do prefer it be in the in DC. If it's going to be in the region, it really does need to be here, because we want to make sure, for example, if we incentivize a band to play at Blues Alley, that's a revenue impact for the city, for that city venue. There are some instances where there may be an event that is outside of this area altogether. We have supported bands to perform at South by Southwest. We've supported bands to play at festivals abroad, to make sure that people outside of this region do know what go-go music is and why it's important. And we hope that it turns into tourism back to the city. When they come to the city, that they do visit our establishments and go places to hear our bands.
All right, hear you. It does go to, like, there's a lot of flexibility. And so then for folks who are wondering what are the criteria. So one thing, and I'm not speaking to politics, but, and I think probably technically all good, but I did wonder when I got the invitation to the Go-Go Awards, that was where Mayor Bowser was going to be honored, didn't surprise me. But then Kenyon McDuffie, who I consider a friend, was going to be honored, and he had recently announced that he was going to run for mayor. And the line between entertainment and politics can get fuzzy. And it isn't that I am criticizing that decision necessarily, but I think others who would have seen it would have thought, is that politics? And it's more that I want to put a marker down that you should be careful. Not saying that technically this was not appropriate, because Kenyon has a long storied career in the district and has been a supporter of go-go. But and I don't want to get too deep into it, but I do think it's a thing that you need to be sensitive about. So I'll put that marker. It seems like you want to react.
Oh, no, we completely understand. But the Go-Go Awards was actually led by the Go-Go Museum. We did support it. And I'm sure that the idea behind what you referenced is because Mayor Bowser and Councilmember McDuffie established the legislation to make go-go music the official music of the city. So I imagine when the leaders of the Go-Go Museum put on the event, that was the idea they had in mind.
And I mean, I don't know whether or not Kenyon had long ago it was going to honor Kenyon, or it was only because it was honoring his career. So that I think you gave $10,000 to the Go-Go Museum. Is that what it was used for? That $10,000 for the Go-Go Awards?
It could be for the Go-Go Awards. It could be for operations. We just wanted to make sure that we gave support to an organization that has a brick and mortar that chronicles the history and culture of go-go.
And so you think that grant was, there was discretion about how it might be used? It wasn't for a specific event, it was for an institution?
It's for the institution
Because
to
of what the
utilize
institution means.
all of what they do, be it activations over the course of the year, the awards, the operations, etc.
So OCTFME had an MOU with DCPL to provide $50,000 for the Keep the Beat Week. Did that funding come from the Go-Go Support Fund?
It did, and that was to support so that we would work together collaboratively on a number of different events over the course of the week.
I'm not sure it shows up on the list of activations that received over $10,000.
Okay.
It might be because it's sort of thought of differently that you didn't include it.
Yep.
Yeah, that, I was trying to allude to that earlier, that some of the go-go support is not a part of the portal. So the lists that were provided were directly where there were individual applicants, and there may be like activations or other activities. And one thing I just wanted to mention, in terms of the criteria, we do kind of look broadly at the different potential uses of the go-go support, whether it's performances, it's sponsoring an event, or it's educational, music education, or mentorship, or there's some content creation element to it, or even some archival and preservation. Those are the big areas, I think, of the go-go funding. And historically, there, entities where we funded initially and we subsequently funded, whether it be like Duke Ellington in the curriculum, they have, or Howard University in the curriculum that they have in go-go. We've funded those types of things. So it's sort of a mix. We had this general direction of being an economic engine for go-go, and it was very broad-based. So the challenges that you've already identified of ensuring that, we're available to, and I think, the transparency and continued promotion of things might help.
Okay, hear you. I mean, maybe we'll follow up to try to get a list of the things through the portal and the things outside of the portal, just to make sure that we fully understand it. I think that you're trying to do an assessment, or you hope to do an assessment of the economic impact of the go-go fund.
Yes.
Where does that stand? What kind of procurement, where does that project stand, getting an economic assessment?
So we're looking, Councilmember Fruman, to amend Dr. Amati's contract to include activations and go-go as well, so that we can just amend that already existing contract.
And so that goes through the Office of Contracting and Procurement?
Yes.
And do you have a time frame for what your hope is to get that done?
We hope to get that done as soon as possible. The goal was to do it last year. Unfortunately, we know that we had a freeze and we had some fiscal constraints, but we do look forward to putting that in place this year.
This calendar year?
This calendar year.
So maybe this fiscal year, but calendar year, a tool that might be able to be used likely in next year's budget, but not this year's budget.
Probably so.
Okay. So I think you might have said this. Oh, no, we talked, it was a different topic. How many applications for support through the go-go fund came in?
I believe it was 66, 68, 68.
68. And
in fiscal year 25.
And were you saying, did all 68 get something?
66 of those 68 got resources.
And the two that didn't get it, they didn't fit the criteria?
They probably didn't get us some information that we needed before the fiscal year ended.
And did any of them get more money than they requested?
It's hard for me to know off the top of my head. I don't remember.
You looked like you were reaching for your button.
Well, one of the things I did want to say is when you look at criteria, or what we look at is cultural impact, it's community engagement, it's the capacity that it's reaching along with personnel that may be taken in from DC, and then it's this description and feasibility. So it really, so for instance, we've had some groups that wanted to do music programs in schools. So the community impact and cultural impact weighs a little bit more than just a regular event that's being done in a community center. So when you talk about criteria, it might not be the point system, but that's what is judged on the impact that it actually makes in the city itself.
I mean, is that spelled out someplace?
Yeah, if you look at your FY application criteria, and we can provide that to you, it gives you 4 bullet points of a criteria, which talks about specifically the criteria and gives the description, and then it gives you the levels of funding up to based on your performance, touring, that's your funding, go-go events, music education, but the whole, and where it comes from, and you should have gotten it. I think you do have, you have got, but where it comes from, when you look at the people's plan and you heard it say it's preserved and those types of things, that's where the criteria actually came out of and the whole impact of what it does. And then some of the things that we do from an infrastructure standpoint, because there was an article, or no, there was a movement from the community about their digital music. You remember that? I don't know if you recall when they said they weren't getting the revenue generation because they wasn't being spent digitally. Well, what the director wanted to do based on our radio, we have SoundScan, we have SoundCloud, we have Apple, we have those things that can provide that to them. So now we've created, whereas they can have music rotation, and our radio manager, Shane, he now accepts music in the form of go-go now. So now that they're impacted from a financial revenue perspective for us now playing go-go in those senses. So when you talk about criteria impact, it's really a hybrid between what we developed, but it came from the people's go-go people's plan.
Okay, helpful. When we looked at the spreadsheet, the appendix spreadsheet, and we added up all of the grants, it looked like it added up to less than $1 million. So did you spend all of the money in the go-go fund in FY25?
We absolutely left not a penny on the table in fiscal year 2025. But I think that goes back to, Lawrence, what you were stating about those that have gone through the portal versus those that have been separate from the portal.
Okay, so that listing, portal and non-portal, super helpful.
And then there's probably FY 25 is a strange year. And so with the things and the constraints that were going on, the portal was probably shut down at a certain point earlier in the fiscal year than it would have been. And so you've got the combination of that. So we tried to, I know that we tried to address or communicate those or encourage them to resubmit their applications once the portal was open again.
Okay. Some of the testimony from public witnesses was that they didn't know that the fund existed. And sometimes this can be particularly frustrating because, you know, I served on an ANC, and we would have 4 meetings on a publicly noticed meetings, you know, announced on the listservs with the agenda items. And then a year later, somebody would come and say, this is the first I've heard of it. And you wonder, what am I supposed to do? Like, can't go door to door and tell people but there is also, it can also be the case that there isn't a lot of outreach, and maybe it has been different at different times, but what kind of outreach has been done historically, and what kinds of outreach are you looking at going forward to make sure that everyone who might be interested in this fund is aware of the fund?
Absolutely. And council member, what we've done since late 22, but fiscal year 2023 to date, we have done media interviews. We have done community meetings. It's listed in our monthly newsletter. It's on our social media platforms. And we engage directly with the artists and bands and venues and so forth as well. Now, the same that as I stated when I met with the association, with anything, and that means anything at all, you can always say we can do better. But I can tell you with certainty, we have gone out of our way to make sure that people know and understand the process. At a time when there was a Office of Nightlife and Culture, we partnered with them and had community meetings to make sure that those in our nightlife community were educated about it as well. We've also worked with DC Public Library to ensure that people understand that this exists and the criteria and the portal process. So the information is out there. For those who aren't aware of it, I can't speak to it, especially when some of those who sat in here, who said that they weren't aware of it, are very close to beneficiaries of the very fund that they said that they didn't know about.
Okay, so whatever it is that we do, we should be thorough in our notices going forward.
Councilman, if I might say as well, one of the things that we also wanted to focus on is many of them may not understood the process itself. So some of the programming that we wanted to support is teaching them the process, because some didn't know how to gain clean hands, or some didn't even know how to get an E and I. So one of the things that we wanted to do and do it better is to make sure, even if they don't get a grant, how the system works. So partnering with Go-Go Association and those kind of programs, and so they can become ambassadors of us pretty much, so they can teach them how the system works. Because as a director stated, 2 out of the 68, 2 out of that 66 that were not, it was because the process didn't work for them. So now we wanted to say, hey, let's, just as we do in film, as we do in other things, part of our job is to make sure that the community is educated on how the system works. So part of that is for those investments as well.
Okay, well, I'm actually glad to hear that, because that's another multiplier effect investment. So enabling somebody to navigate difficult bureaucracies. I don't know how many times people come in and say how difficult it is to start and maintain a small business in the District of Columbia, and for everybody who does it for the first time, including me, when I tried to stand up my solo practice law firm. So I'm an attorney for 35 years. Was a challenge for me. So the idea that you might help people navigate through that, and then they're better positioned to do it for other ventures, that's a positive thing. Last thing for now on the, go ahead.
Actually, and I do want to take this moment to commend Dawn Fong on our team, because she does work very closely. She's engaging with them all day, every day, to make sure that they do understand. We understand that it can be daunting to establish these. I mean, it can be intimidating sometimes, quite frankly. And you do sometimes, for lack of better words, need to be handheld through these processes, because they're not always easy. They're not always simple. Dawn Fong has been working with them one-on-one to make sure that they have established their business so that they can be successful in whatever it is they're trying to accomplish.
Dawn Fong and the 202 Create.
And the 202 Create program.
Okay, well, great. And being handheld, it can seem like you know, condescending. I didn't mean it. I don't mean it to be. But
Sure.
I needed to be handheld
Sure.
after practicing law in prominent law firms for 35 years to make my way
Absolutely.
through this. So no stigma to having
No,
hand.
no, not at all. But we recognize people do need help, and she's been able to take them from point A to point Z.
Got it. So what do? You give the grants. What do you do to make sure that the money was spent appropriately?
That once again goes back to our 202 Creates, the Creative Affairs Office. They are in constant engagement, following up with those beneficiaries. And then also not just the beneficiaries, but with the community overall over the course of the year. But they always do follow up to make sure that if there are graphics, that our logos are attached to those. They follow up on the promotion. They look at how the funds have been spent. And they look at, what next steps might be after this. Is this a one-time thing? Is this something that you're going to, if it's an event, is it a monthly event or whatever it is? They're having those conversations with those entities.
Do you go and verify that the event has happened? Do you
We
speak?
do.
Do
We
you,
do. We attend. If it's not those of us here on the dais, it's our creative affairs office or someone from our office to make sure that the event actually did take place, and to observe what is taking place and why we support them and continue to support them.
In addition to that, most often we use it as content for our platforms. So it's actually a reward for their hard work because then they can, and of course, we want them to see our channels and we want to use the content, but we give them the opportunity to showcase their creative content through our channels as well as radio or social media.
Okay, and then invoices, do you require invoices?
We require invoices, W-9s, yes.
Okay. All right, I'm going to move to P-card, and I guess I want to frame this a little, is that I think in our review of P-card stuff, there were a decent amount of issues in a few years ago, and I think then there's a new sheriff, and her name's Emily. And so Emily, dug in on this for all of the agencies that we had oversight over, and think there was then things got frozen because of for different reasons. And it seems like the trend line in P-card usage has been positive. There's still issues, but it's better today than it was. Still, it's our job to ask about the things that have happened, and to encourage continuing that trend line, so that, because these P cards, they're just an invitation to have issues. They're important, but they're an invitation to have issues. I think there's some talk about increasing the amount that you can spend on the P cards that could invite more issues and more scrutiny. I'm not saying that's the right thing to do, the wrong thing to do, but as dollar amounts go up, the scrutiny has to increase. And so compliance, we've got to be really strict on compliance, and Emily's out there. So in looking at the P-card usage, in question 44, there are several areas that gave us cause for concern. The first was that there was no narrative description of the purposes for P-card transactions. So we will be updating for a chart. We'll be looking for an updated chart after the hearing that includes that. Am I capturing that? So the second is a lack of consistency in policy compliance among the employees who have P-card access. In the responses, there was one employee out of 3 who provided waiver numbers for FY25, and there are 2 who have provided waiver numbers for the usage of the agency's P-cards in FY26. What will the agency do to ensure compliance on this going forward? And that's what I'm talking about 2 out of 3 were not complying, then 1 out of 3, there may be something missing. What kinds of things are you looking to do to ensure compliance?
Well, we always want to make sure that we are compliant always, and I'll turn that over to Mike Jones to go into greater detail about P-card usage.
Yeah, we've been working along with Rosalia. I mean, she's really been on it. One of the things that we are working hard to do is better planning. Because with better planning, at one time, we would try to create a charge in a less than 48 hours or 24 hours in time because of lack of planning. And so what we have done now is isolate. We have 3 P card holders. So each P card holder is responsible for, so say like we have our programming who's responsible for subscriptions and software. And we have one who, if it's talent, and then one can be in production. So what we started to do in a later part is from a monthly perspective, we try to, and as you can see, I think this happened with the Mayor's Arts Award. So that will be, what was that, in September? So you can see, even though that was very quickly, but it was isolated in categories of sort. So programming, this you saw 1 P card holder in programming, 1 P card holder in software, and meeting the deadlines in reports is starting to become more effective for us and more of a focus. So I can say now better planning, better organizing in how we do it in 30 days increments instead of it being a 48-hour or 24-hour increment. Those are the kind of operations we're trying to put in order, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that is that's helpful, and that is what we're getting at. Like, what are you
Correct.
What are you doing to make this better? Do you think OCP training would be a useful thing to do?
Well, after we've had training from them, and it's just getting the system, because before I would say 60 days ago or 45 days ago, it was not as much knowledge as it is right now. As us speaking to them, saying, okay, how can we improve? You know, we actually went to them and asked them how we can improve, because they would chastise us when we wasn't doing well. So instead of avoiding, we just wanted to work better and create a better relationship, in which we started to do to make sure we're in compliance.
Okay. All right. What I mean, one of the things P cards get used for is different kinds of vendors and catering and things like that.
Food is not allowed.
Oh, food's not allowed
unless you get a waiver.
Do you get quotes from vendors for different things, including both?
Oh, absolutely.
P cards.
That's part of how you can have an expenditure. You have a quote in a W-9, and then it turns into an invoice.
But if it's over a certain amount, then it can't be through a P card, or if it's over a certain amount, it has to be multiple quotes.
It can't be multiple quotes, so it'll have to be a procurement. If it's not used as a P card, and we just got an advancement. I think it's up to 30,000 now on the P card. At one time, it was 10,000 or less. And so at that time, and they're very, very strict on food or entertainment or things like that, unless you have the waivers. So not often do we go and use those because we're better planning now. So it goes through procurement.
Okay. All right. So you mentioned the Mayor's Awards, which was one that we are focused a little bit on. And so the spending was restricted, and then you got a waiver in order to be able to fund the Mayor's Award. And I guess speak to me a little about what the justification for the waiver was, because I mean, the criteria for a waiver was necessary to protect or promote public health, safety, or welfare, necessary to ensure compliance with law, regulation, collective bargaining agreement, or court order, necessary to carry out an essential function of the district government. Maybe a Mayor's Arts Awards is an essential function of the district government. Expected to result in the generation of revenue for the District of Columbia, are funded in whole or in significant part by non-governmental funds. It's hard to see how it fit for a waiver. Like, what was the justification other than that this was a thing that was important for the mayor and the mayor wanted to do it, that justified funding this in an environment where all the funds were restricted?
Well, we also, council member, had partners and stakeholders who also invested in ensuring that our DC creatives were acknowledged and honored, and that we made sure that we kept the spotlight on the importance of the creative economy in the city. So there were some stakeholders who were very excited to invest in this opportunity to make sure that not only that DC's best and brightest in the creative were acknowledged, but again, this is a $15 billion revenue generator for the city. And that's nothing to sneeze at. So they wanted to make sure that, you know, even though, because we did have fiscal constraints last year, that this was a show that could go on.
Okay, so, I mean, and this is a little bit of theme for me, and it isn't that I'm trying to say that you've done anything that is not appropriate, but I do think that there's lines, and that it's my job to make sure that we all remain cognizant of the lines. A different thing, it's related, and I don't know that it's in here, and we spoke about it briefly. When you have a program on the mayor's growth agenda, which is informative in a public service, but also can feel like advocacy, so I think that line of to what extent what we're doing fitting into the political discussion is a thing that I hope that you and anybody in your position will remain sensitive to, because it can go over the line, and you don't want to go over the line.
Certainly. And when we talk about the growth agenda, Councilmember Fruman, we're talking about the district's investments overall. So when we looked at the budget, we wanted to make sure that the residents knew and understood where those investments were made and why they were important to any and all 700,000 residents. So we hear you and we understand nothing political here. This is something that benefits our residents, that they know the hard work of Mayor Bowser and every member of our district council, quite frankly.
Yeah, I guess I'm not complaining about the profile you did about me. I do. I mean, you hear me though.
We understand.
It's the nature of the agency. This is a place where there is a tug, can be a tug of war, and I think it's important for somebody in my position to be tugging in one direction, which is don't get too deep into advocacy, because I think that's not good for the agency or the district.
And also, I just wanted to expand on what Director was just talking about. Part of that was funded through a MOU with Events DC. And so that's what she mean by our partnership. So I just wanted to be more specific in what those was.
So in theory, it could in part be it's significantly funded with
Other.
With other.
Correct.
Okay. In response to question 41, you said that the agency had to cut necessary subscriptions, marketing, and operational resources in FY 25 and 26 due to budgetary constraints. After the hearing, we'll be asking for a chart with this information, but I would love to get a sense today of what that entailed. What specific reductions did the agency have to make, and how did these decisions affect agency operations?
So we had to make some difficult decisions, Councilmember Fruman, with the understanding that we had fiscal constraints. We can look at programs such as LexisNexis, and Mike, you might have some
Route
others,
Social.
Social, any number of programs that we use for our broadcast efforts, for our marketing efforts. We stayed in constant contact with those vendors until we could get to the next fiscal year.
And did it have a significant adverse impact on the operation of the agency?
It did, but luckily, I mean, our general counsel will get on me almost every week about the fact that we couldn't buy certain subscriptions that were very important to us in our radio operations or in certain operations in which we were able to work through them and able to extend them so we could actually pay them in an end because we've been customers for if they've been customers for us for so long. So we were able to work through them with the general, just the conversations that we were having.
So is the idea that on the key ones you were able to save them?
Save them, yes.
He saved them at the end.
Okay. Are there any specific spending pressures or challenges causing alarm for the agency going into the back half of FY26 or potentially into FY27 you think we should be aware of?
None at this time. We've just learned how to make water out of wine out of water, and we keep going.
For you, I think there's spending pressures and there's revenue pressures. And revenue pressure, I think, is the cable subscription, the funds you get from the cable providers. I feel like when I looked at the table, it's getting worse, but how worried do we, if it's not spending pressures that we need to worry about, how worried do we need to be about revenue from cable going forward?
Well, and I don't know if Cassandra Fields, our AFO, is on with us right now online, but she's been tracking this close to a decade, and you can see a decline in revenue every year. Probably the most significant was in maybe 23, yeah, with maybe about at least $1 million plus each year. And it continues to decline, of course, as streaming becomes the option of choice for most consumers. We know that this is not just a situation that is just a DC problem. This is a national problem that states are taking all the way up to the Supreme Court right now. And I know that Lawrence Cooper, our general counsel, when he's been attending our National Association of Telecommunications Advisors and Officers conferences and meetings, this has been an ongoing conversation, but this isn't just unique to DC. It is a significant issue to states across the country. But we do see a significant decline. I do see Cassandra is on, and she can go into greater detail about the decline every year since she's been tracking it. And we do know that this is not going to this isn't a situation that gets better. This is a bleed that keeps bleeding because, again, streaming has become the preferred consumer choice.
Okay, so I will turn to Cassandra in a second. I mean, I don't know that it pays to go deep into the big national picture, legal theory dimensions of this. It is a source of concern because this is an agency that we ask to do a number of things that has a significant educational, cultural, and economic impact. And there is an element of what is it where the sand is going?
Hourglass.
Hourglass.
Feeling to it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's early in the hourglass, so it's not like the dramatic part of an hourglass, but it's an issue. And so, Ms. Fields, it's the practice to swear in our government witnesses. Can you raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear, thank you. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Human Services is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, so help us understand this trend line and how worried we should be.
Well, I've been the agency fiscal officer for the agency since 2018. And when I started, I was very interested in taking a look at the revenue and how the trends were going. So I started this trend analysis, not only year over year, but quarter over quarter. And the data shows me that the revenues have been declining consistently year over year to the tune of about, on average, anywhere between 6 and 8% every year. There's been a decline. Some years have been a higher decline than other years. So pretty much, if you look at a 5-year trend, let's say from FY22 up until our projected FY26, there has been a decline year over year. The largest decline was seen in about FY23. Not sure what the reason was behind that, but then the decline has steadied and has lowered since then. So from FY23 to 24, it's been about a 4% decline. And then between 24 and FY25, about a 7% decline in revenues. So projecting out even all the way through FY31, there will continue to be, according to the data, continue to be at least a 5% decline year over year.
And all right, that's very helpful. I mean, the thing is these different technologies that it's hard to predict the dynamism. It felt like AI wasn't having that big of an impact 6 months ago, and now it feels like AI is having a big impact. And so this this transfer away from cable could go steadily until it goes quickly. So I don't know. That's just a thing we need to keep an eye on, and very grateful to you, Ms. Fields, for watching it so closely. Wish we had a crystal ball, but your extension of the trends is about the best we can do. So thank you.
Absolutely, just doing my job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So in FY26, OCTFME plans to develop and produce TV programs and PSAs highlighting. This is the mayor's growth agenda. PSAs, programs and PSAs highlighting various aspects of the mayor's growth agenda. Has OCTFME started on the development and production of these episodes and PSAs?
We're pulling B-roll to include in those PSAs, but they have not began to air at this point yet.
Pulling B-roll. So, you have a lot of content and you're starting to put it together.
We're just starting to put it together.
It's not that you're going to shoot new content. It's that you're going to, well, maybe. Are you going to shoot new content, or are you going to recycle and package?
We're going to recycle and package. We have hundreds of hours of press conferences and groundbreakings and events where we can pull snippets from to tell a great story of how the city is growing and what we need to do to continue to grow and diversify our city's economy.
And when do you think these will start to air?
We're hoping by spring.
Okay. And how much budget does it take to do these?
So it wouldn't require anything additional from our budget. Our team of editors will be able to pull from the different events that we already have recordings of to create these PSAs for broadcast.
So there's no new. This is going to be built into the job description of people who are already
Absolutely, absolutely. No new revenue will be necessary.
And so it's all built into the budget. As I was going to ask, how much does it cost? I mean, how many FTEs do you need to devote to this project?
We have approximately 5 editors, I believe, 5 or 6 editors on our team. So we will work with each one of them to, based on their workload, to see how we can get these done and ready for packaging for early spring.
Okay. All right, I'm going to pivot. The OCTFME website upgrade is like, there's been some gear shifting.
Mm-hmm.
So you were going to do a website upgrade.
Yes.
I don't know, had you started your website upgrade?
We were in discussions to begin that upgrade, but we understood that, which we understand, that the Office of Chief Technology is working with all of the government agencies to make sure that all of the agencies have a uniform appearance. As a result of learning about that, we dissolved those conversations that we were having for our website upgrades, and we're working with OCTO to move forward with our website designs.
Had it been your intention to get a contractor to upgrade your website?
We were hoping at times when we did not have fiscal constraints to do so, but at this point, we're working with OCTO to make sure that.
Had we built money into the budget that would have funded the upgrade?
No, we didn't know what the costs were going to be. They were very preliminary conversations.
Oh, so the concept was you'd get a cost estimate and then you'd build it into the budget and then that would be done.
We would see what we could do. We didn't know what to expect. So we just began having some conversations to see what it would entail.
So do you have any sense of when it is that the government-wide upgrades will be completed? When do you think we should expect to see a change to the OCTFME website?
We can check with our friends in OCTO to see where we are. I don't know that right now off the top of my head.
Okay. Will whatever upgrade they're doing improve DC Real Scout and DC Real Crew as well?
I can speak to that. So DC Real Scout and Real Crew is a vendor service that we use to have an online searchable directory and repository for DC locations and also DC resident crew, also DC resident vendors. So if you're a production company in California, you want to find an electrician or a gaffer, we have that resource. So that's a separate subscription contract that we renew through our operations and finance department. And so that's sort of designed by them, and it's like a jump off point. So we have a landing page that goes to their proprietary page with our information that uses their design. So basically all the states and cities that use Real Scout, once you click through, it all looks the same.
I see. So the landing page on your website that
Could look different.
That might be updated,
Right.
But the content below
Right.
is managed by
Right,
this
right.
other. Okay. How frequently is that updated? You have this list of qualified people and vendors.
Yeah, so the way it works is there is, you can click through to register your business or register yourself as a crew member or as a location if you're a facilities manager or an owner of a private home that's open for filming, then you can put in your information. Then our team goes in there. We confirm that it's actually a DC location, because what we have often happen is goes back to the regional thing. So you might have a grip company that's based in Prince George's County that puts in their information in the system, but we have to block it from public search because that site is funded by DC government tax dollars. And so it's really not our place that's Maryland's place to promote their Prince George's County businesses. So we go and vet to make sure that each applicant qualifies for public view by either being a DC resident or a DC registered business. So that's ongoing. So it's rolling. It's updated as a business wants to update themselves, and a location can update themselves, or our locations team can drive around and see a great location, and we can actually internally update and add a new location ourselves as well.
And if I wanted to offer my home as a site
Yeah.
for, do people do that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
a studio approached my in-laws years ago because they were doing the movie about Andy Kaufman and they wanted to use their house. They didn't, in the end, they didn't do it, but anyways, we'll think about putting our house on there. Okay. Where is OCTFME in the process of recruiting DC residents as social media ambassadors for its social media creative economy ambassador program?
So, well, I'll start, you can talk. We actually have two social media on Instagram for our agency. One is the agency-wide Instagram account. We also have one for the DC Film Office, which is our film division. So we've been in discussions internally with our film team. We have been doing some industry, and I want to give a shout out to Lakeisha Wells, who's been opened and started our Instagram account and has also been spearheading regular quarterly and monthly networking events for our stakeholders in the industry. So in addition to her work in supplying content and amplifying events from local film festivals, local filmmakers, through our platform, we are going to be recruiting some local creatives, local filmmakers to help us suggest and design a certain amount of postings per month. So that process is starting, and we hope beginning in the summer to start, actually having some of our ambassadors submitting and suggesting postings on our Instagram account.
And are they doing postings on your Instagram account or their Instagram account?
No, yes. So it's like partnership. So what we are going to, the concept is still evolving, but the idea is to give local creatives the experience and the partnership with us to use our platform and to learn from our social media specialists on how to amplify their events, their personal filmmaking careers, so that they can both amplify their events and their activities on our account, but also learn the skill set to begin to create their own accounts.
So how many residents are you thinking would be part of a freshman class on this?
Well, again, we have put the kind of word out on our networking events, and then after we get some feedback and interest saying, oh, I'd love to be a part of this, then we're going to formalize the process and then launch it probably in the late spring, early summer.
So it's a little bit in formulation, but then late spring, early summer.
But the aspiration really is laid out in the description, is for our agency to act as sort of a mentor and a partner so that all of our stakeholders, our aspiring filmmakers, our aspiring professional creatives, not just people that want to be creatives, to be able to build a skill set and learn how to promote themselves, amplify their businesses, and to be able to partner with us and our greater viewership or our greater followership to just raise all boats, right? And so rather than just us hear about a film festival, right, and promote it through our website, but to also have the film festival organizers and their knowledge of our community of filmmakers to suggest to us postings that we wouldn't otherwise be aware of, so that everyone feels like they're heard and they have an investment in our messaging as an agency.
And will the ambassadors get a stipend, or is their reward the training?
No,
and
at this point, we don't have anything budgeted. They're not going to be paid as social media specialists. It's just more of an opportunity to add voices to our megaphone and diversify the voices. So it isn't just us sitting in our agency deciding what should be messaged out on our platforms. We get input from voices that we might not otherwise be aware of, so that we aren't in a silo, right? So that we can get that suggestion and contribution and partnership from our stakeholders.
Okay, really appreciate it. Director Foster, was there, you had started and then Herb started?
I think Herbie covered it all.
Yeah, I think you get to call him Herbie. I'm gonna.
Give it a shot.
Okay, like several projects across district agencies in FY '25, the installation of the automated closed captioning system for the DC PEG channels was suspended due to cuts in funding. Was the funding for that project restored in FY '26? I saw different references in the response and the performance plan where in some places it was referred to as suspended, in other places which made me think, oh, might not happen. In other places it was described as delayed, which made me think, okay, it's going to happen, but it's just a matter of time. We in my house turn the closed captioning on all the time. I don't know how to turn it off. But what's happening on the closed captioning?
And, oh, go ahead, Lawrence.
So obviously, right now we have closed captioning through a third party outside contractor. Because of what happened last year, the upgrade was put on hold, but the hope is to resume it. So I don't know the timing on that, but from my conversations with our programming team, it'll sort of be a wash at some point, because once the upgrade is completed, there would no longer be the reliance on the third party.
Oh, so economically it'll be a wash.
Yes.
But and actually over the long term, there will be
There
savings.
will be a savings, yeah.
But the question is, when will you have the
I think the hope is to complete it this fiscal year. I just don't
in
know.
in FY '26?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to hope you're able to do that.
Yeah.
Has OCTFME begun the process in recruiting for a cohort for the Creative Economy Career Access Program?
So, Councilmember Fruman, we are preparing to begin our conversations with the Department of Employment Services to see if we can launch the CCAP program again for this year. As a result of the fiscal constraints last year, unfortunately, we were unable to do it as we had hoped for. But we have made mention to Dr. Unique Morris Hughes, and we're preparing for conversations in the coming weeks.
And the hope would be that it would happen this summer?
We're really hoping to get it launched this summer.
And do you have the funding to do it, or would you need to get funding from DOES?
In previous years, it's been through the Department of Employment Services, so we'll discuss what we can do as we work together to launch the program.
All right. Well, I mean, I do think, and we had public witnesses, this is one of those places where they're good jobs.
Yeah.
And so you want to see people connected with them. So
absolutely,
keep us posted about how that's going. Last year was a crazy year. Given what's happening in Congress now, this year could be a crazy year too. But I understand why it didn't happen last year.
Yeah.
Let's try to make it happen this year.
We absolutely are committed to it. I do want to, Councilmember Fruman, bring to your attention a program that we did launch, a partnership with Howard University's Warner Music Blavatnik Business Center. And unfortunately, Dr. Jasmine Young was unable to testify today. But we have created a partnership with Howard University and this unique entertainment business program. We were able to get members of our DC public schools to be able to enroll in a summer curriculum that took place on campus at Howard University. It was free of charge for our DC public schools youth to be exposed to careers in the entertainment industry, to learn from entertainment industry insiders and leaders. They were able to stay on campus with youth from across the country that they were able to engage with and foster relationships with. We had them come visit our office as well. And that is a program that, even though I know CCAP we were unable to do that. We still wanted to make sure that we kept our commitment to exposing DC residents and DC youth to careers, non-traditional careers in the entertainment industry.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. The you use contractors sort of as a, I guess I'd say, safety valve, I suspect, where you don't have where the full-time staff can't do it, but it's not a thing that's going to happen all the time. And so do you add a staff person, or do you use contractors in as the way of filling the gap? I get that. I mean, I think it's always got to be a consideration. Is this, what's the most cost-effective way to do this? Is it more cost-effective to add a staff person, or is it more cost-effective to use contractors? And I'm hoping, I'll let you speak to the analysis you do of that. When I look at your responses, there's a whole bunch of contractors who earn like $10,000 as a contractor in the course of the year. And that seems like classic, oh, just, you know, that would be filling a gap, and it makes 100% sense. I feel like there were three. One, there was $80,000, one was $70,000, and one was $50,000, where it starts to feel like, I think the position that, I mean, I forget exactly, but it might be that the position, the full-time position, is like 137. So they're not making as much as the full-time position, but they must be. So help me understand how you think about that, and how you think about those three positions, those three contractors.
Sure. Well, we're always open to more FTEs, Councilmember Fruman. But to your point, contracting staff helps us to keep our broadcast efforts consistent. They assist us with filming, as well as our master control. And oftentimes, to your point, when you look at the amounts, the salaries of those who are on contract, in comparison to what it would be if it was a FTE with the fringe, it is a savings and a benefit to our agency. So there's a little push-pull with that. But what's most important to us is to make sure that the broadcast efforts don't have any lag in time, and it's always continuity there.
So, and it's always a tension of, would it be better to have an FTE here, or better to have more money in the contracting side? And
or both.
Well, okay. that creates a little bit more of a challenge to me, but in terms of that balance, I guess I will be curious as we go through budget season, how you're thinking about that, and whether or not there could be savings by going one direction or the other.
Absolutely.
Okay. There are, I think, 4 vacancies now. Some of them have been open for a bit. Some of them are ones where they had been a priority to get the position, and it's taking a while. Where do we stand on, and 4 vacancies is not giant, like, and you guys are lean, I get it, but 4 vacancies in a lean agency is meaningful. Where do we stand on filling those 4 vacancies?
Well, let me just say, we need each and every one of them. Some of them are important to our operations, especially the human resources position. We were actively recruiting in last fiscal year when the freeze took place. We have now gone back, started our discussions with DCHR. We've been in the interview process, and we hope to have each and every one of those positions filled within the next couple of weeks.
Okay, and so, I mean, then the human resources position, so I guess part of it is, like, we were in the budget process, it was unsure whether it would be funded, then it was eventually funded. I think you were pretty clear to us you really wanted to see
Yeah.
it funded. But then the hiring freeze happened.
Yeah.
And so then it's not until after the hiring freeze that you can get back on your horse to try. So it wasn't until October that you could get back on your horse
That's
to try to
correct.
fill this position.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll stay in touch on that.
Sure.
In your response to question 5, you shared that OCTFME is still in the process of negotiating with ASME Local 2091, but I see their compensation agreement expired at the end of FY25. I am very active on schools issues, and we have had a couple of instances where the contract lagged, and then a contract is negotiated, and then there's back pay because there's a retroactive raise, and that has to be dealt with in the budget process. What's happening in terms of that? How do we manage that? When do you hope to have this agreement concluded? And if back pay is the fair thing to do, I don't want to discourage back pay, but I also don't want to get something that's and nor do you want to get something that's unmanageable. So how are you thinking about that?
And I'll turn to our general counsel for that.
I think we're sort of in the same position we've been in previous years. We don't have any specific concerns or haven't voiced any, but we're just kind of in communications with those that are negotiating the collective bargaining agreement. I think we've kind of had a lot of stability with those members of the union that are part of our team, our programming team, but I've not had any direct engagement. I just know that there's an expiration and that they were asking for all of the agencies that had employees that were part of that unit, if there were any special asks that they had. We did not submit any at that time.
I see. So you are not at the table in the negotiation.
No.
It is,
sort of.
and so
Yeah.
so the timetable to get it concluded is not in your hands. It's so, and this union, do their members serve other agencies as well?
No.
They're just
Well,
you.
yes. We're part of the union members are cross agencies, but as I mentioned, each agency is given the opportunity, if they have like special ask or whatever, to submit that as part of the negotiations. And I think they usually have meetings that are going on. I've not heard of a meeting scheduled, but I have the contact there because I wanted to follow up with them just to get an update.
I mean, what I was getting at about whether or not there are other agencies is this is an issue. This could be an issue for you or for the city, for your agency, if there's a negotiation and it takes another year and then there's a back pay that needs to be dealt with. That could be an issue inside of OCTFME, but if these union members are in other agencies as well, it could be a bigger issue than just inside of OCTFME.
I hear you, and I'm going to follow up with them too.
Okay, and then, but it also goes to bandwidth and prioritization of the lead negotiators. Okay.
I try to get you an update.
Thank you very much. Okay, in your response to question 6, you noted there is one employee detailed from the Executive Office of the Mayor to OCTFME to assist in the administration of the Performing Arts Promotion Act, PAPA tax rebate. Does OCTFME still think that administering the rebate as a collaboration between the agency and OTR makes sense?
We believe this detailee does make sense, council member. The detailee that we have from the executive office is a former member of the Office of Nightlife and Culture, who has great relationships with our venues across the city, who's working with us on the PAPA tax rebate and other areas of interest with these venues. So we still believe that we absolutely need that detail.
So does he or she, it's not just PAPA, it's other things that they are doing?
Correct. She's
What-
working very closely with our performing venues. As you know, some of them spoke out about being unionized. She's learning their concerns. She has relationships with them from nightlife and culture. And she's working with us on some various meetings and other community engagement that we're looking to do with those who are involved.
Okay, and given some of the testimony on the GoGo Fund, what kinds of things are you doing to make folks aware that this tax rebate may be available?
Well, pretty much the standard platforms that we've used before, but we have had conversations, and now with this additional resource, the reason why we're overseeing PAPA, it was so complicated, and when OTR was administering it, so we've kind of simplified the process, but there's been so many venues over this period of time, or restaurants that had performances going on that are no longer in business. So we're going to initiate a program of trying to get to as many of these venues that we can, understanding what their needs are, and in particular, being able to allow them to know about PAPA and the type of information that they need to collect in order to secure the tax rebate. We didn't really have an increase in applications this past fiscal year, but we did see new applications, but there were some venues that are no longer operating. So as part of a larger effort and reach out to performing arts venues, especially less than 300 seats, we're happy about the opportunity to do that and to also directly engage about PAPA and what that process looks like and what they'll need to do to produce to qualify.
Okay, great. I mean, I do think being really aggressive about getting word out, if only to be able to say we were really aggressive about getting the word out as utility. So, and it sounds like you are. I hope you will. And I'm not trying to be critical of what may have happened under your leadership in terms of outreach, but it's always a thing. Yeah. There's always the people who haven't heard, and you want to be able to say, well, we're sorry you didn't hear, but here are the things that we did.
Absolutely.
You talked about how many applications were there in FY25 and
there
26?
Were 14 and 13 qualified.
In FY25?
Yes.
And how many so far in FY26?
The portal's not open all year because it's based on the payment of your real property taxes first half and second half. Mm-hmm. And since the second half is not due till September 30, we usually start opening the portal end of September into October, and then we have to certify to OTR by like the end of October.
So you said 14 applications, and how many were successful?
I'm sorry?
14 applications, and how many were successful?
13.
13.
Okay. And the one, it was unfortunate, but the one that was not eligible, they did not have the information together in time, but hopefully we'll have them applying next time.
And then do you have a sense of, for those 13 that were granted, how much in terms of rebate was granted?
It would have been up to 191,000, probably a little less than that, because a few of them, you can get up to 15,000, but you have to pay at least 15,000. So there were a few that their real property tax liability is a little less than that. And so probably around 188, but ultimately any applicant who qualifies can get a rebate of up to 15,000.
I see. So there's 191. So 13 times 15 would be 195. So there might have been some that were a little below.
Because their tax liability is less than that.
Okay. So then the average would be pretty close to 15. So on this sheet, well, I will take it off. here's where we are, and here's where it says adjournment, except that I'm gonna look at the performance responses to make sure there isn't something in my notes that I want to cover. So what is the reason OCTFME being unable to secure viewership data for its PEG channels? Is it funding related? What's happening?
Probably a combination of the above. We have been trying to secure, and there may be some services out there, but Nielsen just doesn't cover those markets because PEG channels aren't large enough. And so our hope going forward is to, we've got DCE, we've got the streaming channel. We can track internet traffic, but it's going to be difficult to get the viewership on the PEG channels because only the operators have those numbers and they're not willing to share them. But on other platforms, yes, we have some reporting for DC radio. DCE, which has recently been upgraded, we're hoping to be able to collect the viewership there with some apps that had to be updated and just the overall infrastructure. So that could be a baseline, but the PEG channels that's a tough one.
Okay, we're coming around the corner, but so one thing, and we've talked about this, but I guess I want to get it on the record, is the cars. I get it that it's important for videographers to have access to cars, a lot of equipment, but then I look at the cars and one as old as 2014, one 2016, and a whole bunch at 2018. What's happening in terms of they're getting old, and actually they're getting old, and they're vehicles that you're taking heavy, clunky equipment and putting it in and out. So how are you thinking about dealing with the fleet, and how does the economics of that work?
So we are actively working for the past year and a half because prior to the last administration, we were going to upgrade for EVs. They were talking about EV upgrades along with the EV charging stations. And so once those went away, and then the CA actually gave us the opportunity to use our capital budgets in order to upgrade. So looking at the maintenance records and looking at our vehicles, we spend more money on maintenance than we do just on the regular leases. So our thought is to upgrade to newer vehicles that could wash the fact that take over the lease will equal out what we spend in mechanical upgrades and things like that. So we have been in conversation with DPW even as soon as yesterday, and we're talking about 4 upgrades right now that will swap out. It's more so a swap. And so with our capital budget being what it is, and what we have left on our fixed automotive budgets, we are able to swap those out, and it won't really increase. It could just be a wash.
And so is the hope then that we can include that in, that will be a thing that can be captured in the FY27 budget?
That's the hope.
That's the hope.
Yes.
Almost there. Yeah, give us credit for thoroughness.
Absolutely.
Okay. This concludes today's public oversight hearing. If you plan on submitting written testimony for the record, please do so by uploading it to the council's electronic hearing management system, the https://lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings/ before the close of business on Thursday, February 19th. The time is now 1:58 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.